Hello all. Welcome to the stream. I hope you guys can hear me properly and everything is set up. So today's goal is to learn the Docker from scratch, and my goal is going to be write the Docker file without using AI. So I'll choose one project. The project that I have in mind to deploy using Docker is the URL shortener, which is the last project that we built using the Spring Boot and React. So that is the goal. So we can start with that. And I have trained chat for this. It has given me some documentations and the resources to follow. So we will follow up with that. Okay. So let's start. Mm, is this the chat? No. Live stream. This is the chat. Oh man. I ate too much. Okay, so it suggested me to use this documentation. So what we will do, we will just use this documentation for now, and we'll try to learn many things out of this. So what all things that we need to know? Uh, so I have a basic idea about Docker. I have used Docker using the AI, but not completely on my own. So that's the bottleneck that we have to fill that. Okay, so let me open Excalibur, and whatever the current understanding of Docker I have is like, let's say I have forgot to paste the URL uh, in the Discord server. So let me open the Discord. Let me share the URL in the Discord. Okay, and let me get this URL back. Okay, so we have yesterday's project as well, which we can use to deploy. The project was this. So I have came. Let me first check if I have everything other things set up. Not this API. Let me check the API rate limit today because okay, rate limit is reset. Okay, I can clearly see the rate limit has been reset. So we can use this same project uh, to be deployed using Docker. Okay, so let me run this project. This is a Spring Boot project, which is an AI co-host. I created using vibe coding because I wanted the output very fast. So that's why I didn't spend much time in thinking about this. Connected to Discord successfully. Let me connect it to YouTube, because let me change the ANV file. It has some personal information. So I Discord false, YouTube enabled is true. Okay, so it's true. Uh, Let me restart this. I'll start at chat brain. Yeah. Okay. Let me test quickly so that we can think can we use this particular project to deploy using Docker. So yeah, I can see the message. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Hello, Dave. Yeah. Response. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Okay. So actually this chat is connected with the Spring Boot application, and I had some brains connected to that to add the memories and all. It is an ongoing project that I have, but today's agenda is to learn the Docker. So the first and foremost thing to Docker is the basic thing that I know about Docker. Let me write the current understanding now. So let me write what I know about Docker right now. So I know Docker is kind of a container. Okay. This is in this one there is something called as image. Okay. So we have to build our own images. So build our own images using the given libraries. Uh, Building this image, we actually deploy this particular image. So there is concept called container as well. I have a little bit of confusion that I'll clear out, so that I'll not explain that much on the container side. So there is a image. So image can be formed using, for example, our application is in Spring Boot plus React. So how we run this project locally, the same way it would be run using this image. So this image will be deployed on a hosted computer. We will say not server. We'll say computer. It will give us a terminal. On this terminal, we can clearly see whatever is been running. So maybe this is my current understanding. Then there is this image can be deployed to EC2 instance on AWS. So this final image would work. So in the end we have to just run the final image. So I have Docker desktop and some of the images which are running right now. Let me open the Docker. Yeah, so this is what I have. I created these images using AI. I know the Docker ka working, why Docker is required, but really didn't created my own Docker, using my without using AI. So if I run this particular Spring Boot application, it would start front end, back end, and MySQL. So this is a login application that I created using JWT and all. So for that, we use this Docker desktop, particular Docker image. Now let's start with get Docker is I have everything set up on my computer, so I don't have to waste time in that. ChatGPT suggested me one video, so that I was thinking of following that as well. Not completely, but pieces by pieces. Fuck the chat, हैंचोद. क्या चाहिए चाट को पता नहीं मेरे को. Docker starting guide and watch this video. So copy link. Let me paste this link here. So this is the. We will go through all the main Docker commands. Fuck you, chat. Okay. So this is the video that I was thinking of to follow. To start and stop containers, debug containers, let me etc. Control the volume of After this that, video. We'll see how to use Docker in practice by going through a complete workflow with a demo project. So first we'll see how to develop locally with containers. Then we'll run multiple containers or services with Docker Compose. We'll build our own Docker image with Dockerfile, and we'll push that. Why it's not connecting? हे मोहित, मोहित, तुझे इयरफोन देतो का मला? चालत नाही आहेत माझे. तुझे इयरफोन देतो का मला? चालत नाही आहेत. काय झालं याला? आता पडले माझ्या हाताने खाली. बघ बरं की डिस्चार्ज झालं. सॅमसंगचे काय झालं? सॅमसंगचे हरवले. म्हणून मी अवकाळीत आलो. 1000 रुपयाचे ते वापरायला होता मी. चार्ज कर त्याला मे बी. डिस्कनेक्टेड. Volume type is important. So what is Docker? What is a container? This is what we need to have a clarity on. Docker and container. Container is in which we actually deploy the image. So that is what a container is. And then Docker versus virtual machine will also see that. Docker installation I don't need. Main commands and debugging container, that is what. And volumes persisting data is required, so that once we create restart the Docker container, it should not erase the data that we have already. So that is why volumes is necessary. I have a little bit of idea of everything. So my goal is to fill the gaps, knowledge gaps right now. So developing containers, Docker Compose running. So let's see. Docker Hub, where we can get the actual containers. So she said something about containers. Uh, okay. Okay. Okay, I understood a basic idea. So I have to keep this application live for me to start the rate used 1942. Let me pause this. We don't want this right now. And okay, let's see Docker Hub. Yeah, Alpine is the one which I have used multiple times. Alpine. Then there is a Redis that I have used in my own Docker, for the URL shortener. I have created the Redis. I have not created, I have actually installed from the hub and then ran it. So it stores the caching, whatever the cache I have in the Docker container. So, 1 second. So I can say that these are containers, right? These are Docker containers, and whatever we have inside, okay, compose stack, it is saying these are containers. No containers are running. Okay, so these are containers. So that doubt is clear now. So let me put the goal in this. Uh, Let me keep an goal for this stream, you guys, so that you guys can see where we are going. So let me add that. Okay. So it's quota back. Yeah, okay. So quota is back. So have I want to show the goal of the stream. The stream only, which is write first Docker file without AI. So this is the goal I want. So let it edit the file. Till then we will continue. Uh, Yash Mishra, hello, hello, Yash. How are you, brother? Prajwal Kamble, welcome, bro. कैसे हो सर जी? I'm good. How are you guys? So, as you guys know, today I have started with the Docker, and our goal is to deploy one application using Docker without using AI. So that what does that mean? For that, Docker has a file that is called Dockerfile, and we have to write that Docker file. So most of the time, I go and ask the or AI to write that file. But as this is a learning process, so we will try to write the Docker file on ourselves. So that means we have to practice Docker file. So it had some different kind of syntax that I'm not completely aware of. So we will go deep dive in that, correct? And then uh, we will practice little bit, okay? And then after that we will deploy one application using Docker. So this time I have decided keep the thing simple, not to use the Kubernetes. We will just use Docker. We will create an image. We will deploy that image into EC2 container of AWS. So that is the high level idea that I have right now. Okay. Okay. So So I have added the goal on the stream, so that is fine. Let's start. If you guys know, why the Docker came into picture. No sound. Acha, no sound of video. You guys mean to say? If I play this,
10 times on each operating system environment. So now let's see how containers solve some of these problems.
is it audible? Let me know, guys, because video is gonna be the main base of the learning today. Can you guys hear it now? Yash, Prajwal, Atharva. So, do you guys know why Docker came in the picture for the first time? Because before Docker, there was always been an issue. कि developers used to say कि this particular thing works on my device and not on others. So, for example, I developed something and it is working fine for me. So that's why I raised a PR, and my PR got merged and it got deployed to the actual servers. But somehow on the actual servers, it started failing. But then, if we go back to the engineer who deployed that particular feature, the developer might used to say that this particular feature is working on my device, because the environment on which he was working was totally different than the live environment. So to remove that issue, ये डॉकर जो है वो चीज क्या बोलते हैं उसको, this thing came into picture. And what it does, the image, that particular image that we are creating, image is the source of everything right now. So we will create an image. This image is nothing but it will have a operating system first and foremost. So we have to install any OS, any operating system. It can be anything. Most of the time people use Ubuntu. It can be Windows as well. We can install Windows as well. I'm not sure about Mac. Is it allowed, or can we install Mac? We'll see that. But Windows is allowed. I have used Ubuntu and I have used Windows. Okay. And then after installing this, we can clearly open a terminal, like the terminal we have on our system. So we can have a terminal access on that, and here we can run all the command. For example, npm install command can be run in this one. So this image, once this image is deployed, we can use this. So there is some gap of knowledge here for me as well. So let's see.
With containers, you actually do not have to install any of the services directly on your operating system because the container is its own.
ए मोहित, हे यार मेडिकल वाला फोन करायला बोलतो का एकदा, त्याला बोल ना एकदा, ते औषधाचा इश्यू सांग.
Isolated operating system layer.
Like virtual machine, yeah, but there is a difference between virtual machine and actual Docker. So we will see that. That is a really good question, Prajwal, that you asked. It is involved. It is mentioned in this video as well. So what is container, Docker versus virtual machine? So we will see that what is the difference between that. It's similar to virtual machine, but not
With
exactly.
Linux-based image, as we saw in the previous slides, you have everything packaged in one isolated environment. So you have the PostgreSQL with a specific version packaged with the configuration and the start script inside of one container. So as a developer, you don't have to go and look for the binaries to download on your machine, but rather you just go ahead and check out the container repository to find that specific container and download on your local machine. And the download step is just one Docker command which fetches the container and starts it at the same time. And regardless of which operating system you're on, the Docker command for starting the container will not be different. It will be exactly the same. So if you have 10 applications that your JavaScript application uses and depends on, you would just have to run 10 Docker commands for each container, and that will be it. Which makes the setting up your local development environment actually much easier and much more efficient than the previous version. Also, as we saw in the demonstration before, you can actually have different versions of the same application running on your local environment without having any conflict.
Okay. Okay, so I got an idea about this now. Prashant Sharma, what's up, man? Hello, hello. How are you, bro? Yeah, Prajwal, it's already on 1.25. You guys want it on 1.5? So listen carefully then. If I am turning it to 1.5, listen to this carefully. So it cleared one doubt I had. Key Mac would have the different commands to run the Docker, but that's not the case. Docker has every command same, whichever the machine that we will run it on, because that is the whole motto of this, no? So now this is like application deployment, how the deployment process is done. They have given a very brief and short idea, which is nice.
So now let's see how containers can improve the deployment process. Before the containers, a traditional deployment process will look like this. Development team will produce artifacts together with a set of instructions of how to actually install and configure those artifacts on the server. So you would have a jar file or something similar for your application, and in addition, you would have some kind of a database service or some other service also with a set of instructions of how to configure and set it up on the server. So development team would give those artifacts over to the operations team, and the operations team will handle setting up the environment to deploy those applications. Now, the problem with this kind of approach is that, first of all, you need to configure everything and install everything directly on the operating system, which we saw in the previous example that could actually lead to conflicts with dependency versions and multiple services running on the same host. Another problem that could arise from this kind of process is,
See, if you guys are work in any kind of a team, using some node packages, so you guys must have seen one error, which is like the dependencies issue. Like there is a package JSON file every application has in node application, so there is this package JSON file, so package.json, and it simply has all the libraries that we use, and it has mentioned the version. So for example, 4.2.1 a version is mentioned. There are, for example, xml something, it has, for example, 2.2.1. But this is for me, but my fellow developer has different versions. For example, it has 6.2.1, he has updated versions. Okay, and for this one he has an older version, so 1.0.1. So what will happen in this case? So in this case, for example, some features are working in particular way for me. Yeah, version mismatch, yes. So sometimes some features are working correctly because I have developed it based on my current libraries. It is working fine for me, but somehow when he gets the update, once the other developer gets the update, it doesn't work for him because he has locally different packages, but I developed on basis of other sets of packages, and this creates a conflict. Okay, so this creates a conflict, and hence we can containerize everything in one thing, and instead of giving my code only, we will give the complete container to this other person, and so that he can just update its container files and start working from there, and everything will be smooth as butter. So this is one issue that can be resolved. Another is like the other issue that we have faced, like when I was developing which project I was developing, JWT auth project, JWT auth, and two guys has contributed in that. So for me, for them to make the process smooth, what I did, whatever the application that I had, backend, front end, and MySQL database, so what I did, I containerized that. Okay, I containerized that. I pushed this to GitHub, and from there these guys just downloaded whatever I have given, downloaded and just run docker compose command. So that means they don't even have to install Java or front end like React or MySQL, anything. Everything was packaged in this container. So just they had to compose that. So they don't need to set up an environment before starting any project, before starting on new project. So this saves a lot of time. So these are the things that I know what comes in picture. Let's baki ka hum will understand this. Version mismatches problem works in my machine. Yes, that's a major issue. This helps in having consistency in project dependency. Yes. So I hope we are all on the same page. I can move forward. So they've explained like how it used to be before containers. Right now, also most of the places this is the same criteria process that everybody follows in the company. Like developer develops for example the Spring Boot, we create a jar file for that, and that jar file is given to the devops team deploys that using pipelines to their servers, whatever the servers where we have to push that code, deploy that. But again, the same problems that we mentioned comes into picture, and hence Docker helps us there. So let's see.
when there is misunderstanding between the development team and operations, because everything is in a textual guide as instructions. So there could be cases where developers forget to mention some important point about configuration, or maybe when operations team misinterprets some of those instructions. And when that fails, the operations team has to go back to the developers and ask for more details, and this could lead to some back and forth communication until the application is successfully deployed on the server. With containers, this process is actually simplified because now you have the developers and operations working in one team to package the whole configuration dependencies inside the application, just as we saw previously. And since it's already encapsulated in one single environment, and you don't have to configure any of this directly on the server. So the only thing you need to do is run a Docker command that pulls that container image that you've stored somewhere in the repository and then run it. This is of course a simplified version, but that makes exactly the problem that we saw on the previous slide much more easier. No environmental configuration needed on the server. The only thing of course you need to do is you have to install and set up the Docker runtime on the server before you will be able to run containers there. But that's just one-time effort.
Let me drop a question in the Q&A. Okay. So this helps having consistency in project dependency. Yes, I don't understand difference of container and image. Okay, so I'll tell you. So this is what I was telling you. एक image में क्या होता है? What is an image? To answer this Prajwal's question, so there is a concept called image. They haven't explained yet what is the image, but I'll tell you. Image is something you can say copy of your local environment. Copy of your local environment. So what does your local environment contains? First and foremost, it contains operating system. Based on operating system, you would have some environment. For example, we will say Java environment. Okay, Java environment plus Spring Boot. You know, this is for backend. Plus you have, for example, React. So this is these things you have to install. What you did to install, for example, you did npm install React. To run npm you need to have node.js, so you install node version, some xyz version you installed. For Java you also did same thing, install Java. Okay, and then you install Spring Boot, something same, huh? Okay, so these commands you run on your local system. So you have to write a Docker file, you have to mention everything in that Docker file, so that these commands will run one after another, whatever be the device it will be ran on. Okay, so image is nothing but set of all the requirements, commands required to set up the local environment. So these are the things. Operating system is what I guess it's part of container. So we'll see that you just don't listen to me for this point. Operating system is a part of image or container. I'm actually confused in that, but rest of the things I'm clear on that. Key, it contains all the commands. We have to set up Java, we have to set up Node, then we have to install React. All these commands will be present in the image, and this image will be deployed on a container. So this is a basic difference. For more differences, we will continue on the lecture that we will say. Uh, I don't understand difference of container and image. I just explained the this helps this helps in having consistency in project dependency. Yes, image is configuration. Yeah, image is a configuration.
Now that you know what a container concept is, let's look at what a container is technically. So technically, a container is made up of images. So we have layers of stacked images on top of each other, and at the base of most of the containers, you would have a Linux-based image, which is either Alpine with a specific version, or it could be some other Linux distribution. And it's important for those base images to be small. That's why most of them are actually Alpine, because that will make sure that the containers stay small in size, which is one of the advantages of using a container. So on top of the base image, you would have application image. And this is a simplified diagram. Usually you would have these intermediate images that will lead up to the actual application image that is going to run in the container. And of course, on top of that, you'll have all this configuration data. So now I think it's time to dive into a practical example of how you can actually.
Similar to runtime packages. Yeah, kind of. So she said Alpine 3.10. So these are the already deployed. We have a library of images. We can download images. We don't have to build each and every image from scratch. So there is Docker Hub. Where is Docker Hub? So this is Docker Hub, and we can search for. Let's search for Alpine, the library that she said, the image name. Uh, there are. Is this the one? No, maybe she'll tell us कि कहाँ पे search करना है.
Use a Docker container and how it looks like when you install it and download it and run it on your local machine. So to give you a bit of an idea of how this works, let's head over to Docker Hub and search for PostgreSQL. So here, which is a Docker official image, I can see some of the versions, and let's say I'm looking specifically for older version, I don't know, 9.6 something. So I'm going to pull that one. So this is a Docker repository, so that I can actually go ahead and pull the containers from that repository directly. And because it's a public repository, I don't have to log into it, I don't have to provide any authentication credentials or anything. I can just get started with a simple Docker command without doing or configuring anything to access Docker Hub. So
Okay. So let's see this on our own. What you're saying? You need to publish. You need publisher name also to find repository. Okay, that's where I was. Uh, that's why I was not able to find the particular library. Then we can pull that image. Okay, so Park knows many things. Park can help us. Docker hub.docker.com. This is correct. The UI is different. So what she searched, we will search the same Postgres, and recently published images. She saw the. Okay, so these are the versions it seems. So if I go to 17, 16, 15, so these are the Postgres versions, whichever we want. Okay, if I go into this, it has all these packages installed. It's similar to npm library, like npm library we have. Okay, so in the Docker file, we have to mention that particular version Alpine library, and then it will fetch whatever the information. So that's what it's saying.
So on my terminal, I can just do Docker pull. I can even do Docker run, and then just copy the image name, and if I don't specify any version, it will just give me the latest, but I want a specific version, so I'm gonna go with 9.6 actually, just to demonstrate. So I can provide the version like this with a colon, and I can start run. So as you see,
Oh, okay. We can directly pull the image. So we can try this out. I hope you guys can see my terminal. Is it too small? So let me see whatever the images that I have. The command for that is docker ps. Docker ps. So I don't have any image I don't have any containers running. It says containers running. So maybe if I go and run MySQL, will it work if I directly do this? Unable to find. Terminal would like to access data from other apps. Okay, allow. Latest. Actually, it pulled the latest image. And then how we can go inside this? Then we can pull the image. What did you do in the last stream? I was building AI host.
see the first line
I was building AI host, which is like a host for this particular chat, the chat that you are in right now. So I can start the server and it will start to give you the responses. But right now the responses are uh, very small. It is just replicating whatever you are typing. So that part I have to continue later on. So I will continue. Today's agenda was to learn the Docker. So we can use that application to deploy. So I want that application to be deployed. So hence we are injecting this part in between. Yeah. This is the application that I was building, ChatBrain application on yesterday's stream. So the basic fundamentals, it is done. It is able to grab your messages. I can show you the messages and all, but today's agenda is not this. We will focus on the Docker now. Uh, can you explain me what Docker is as if I'm a 5-year old? Uh, how can we explain that for a 5-year old? 5-year old. Okay. 5-year old. What does 5-year old knows? uh, maybe it's a toy. You have many toys, but your toy works in your maybe your toy is talking to you. Hey, I can't bro. Wrong analogy. I don't want to explain it to 5-year old. उसको क्या समझेंगे? उसको कुछ भी नहीं पता 5-year old. If you would have said 15 years old, then I could have explained more. 5 years old so means nothing. Okay, MySQL is this. Now, do you guys know how to run this? Let's see. She's doing it.
says unable to find image locally, so it knows that it has to go to Docker Hub and pull it from there. And the next line says pulling from library Postgres. And here you see a lot of hashes that says downloading. And this is what I mentioned earlier, which is Docker containers or any containers are made up of layers, right? You have the Linux image layer, you have the application layers, and so on. So what you see here are actually all those layers that are separately downloading from the Docker Hub on my machine. Right? And the advantage of splitting those applications in layers is that actually, for example, if the image changes or I have to download a newer version of Postgres, what happens is that the layers, they're the same between those two applications, two versions of Postgres will not be downloaded again, but only those layers.
ऐसे बोलो ना भाई. To access this SQL, you have to map your machine port to Docker machine port. Yeah, we'll try that example. We have installed it. Are simple language basically. uh, See, Docker matlab whatever you installed. I have just explained it here. I'll show you this. So whatever the new application, for example, you are starting with a new application. The tech stack is Java, Spring Boot, and React. So what you will do if the system is completely new, is a fresh laptop? You will first go and set up a Java environment. For that, you install Java, right? you add path variables in your computer, right? And after that, if you want Spring Boot, you install some other dependencies required. And for React, you have to first have the node environment set up on your machine, and then after that, after node is installed, you install whatever the libraries required. For example, npm install React, npm install TypeScript, and everything. So these are the commands that you are running. So these commands will come into a file, Docker file. So that this is the setup I did. You don't have to do that setup on your machine. So you will just get this Docker file and just install, just run this Docker file, and all set. You're all set. You don't have to do all this bullshit. So this is in the simplest of term. If I have to explain, this is what it is.
That are
You
different.
said
So for example, now it's gonna take
int the Docker file. Init the Docker file. Docker means दूसरे का machine अपना समझ कर का. Actually, yes.
around 10 or 15 minutes to download this one image because I don't have any Postgres locally. But if I were to download the next version, it will take a little bit less time because some layers already exist on my local machine. So now you see that it's already logging because this command that I ran here, the docker run with the container name and version, it fetches or it pulls the
I have to go inside this Docker run. If I do Docker run again, you need to specify the following as environment variables: MySQL root password, hello empty password, and MySQL random root password. Okay.
the container, but it also starts it. So it executes the start script right away as soon as it downloads it. And here you see the output of the starting of the application. So it just gives some output about starting the server and doing some configuration stuff. And here you see database system is ready to accept connections and launcher started. So now let's open the new tab and see with docker ps command you can actually see all the running containers.
For us, it didn't show because it needs these variables to set up. Docker PS, nothing is running. So how would I set up this MySQL root password and allow empty? You need to specify all of these variables. डॉकर एक मैजिक टॉय बॉक्स जैसा है. तुम अपने अपना गेम और उसके सारे टॉयज इस बॉक्स के अंदर रख देते हो. फिर इस बॉक्स को किसी भी घर ले जाओ, बस खोल दो और गेम हर बार बिल्कुल वैसे. अरे नाइस. दिस इज नाइस. So I want to run this. Let's see that, but
So here you see that Postgres 9.6 is running and it actually says image. So this is another important thing to understand when we're talking about containers. There are two technical terms, image and a container. And a lot of people confuse those two, I think, and there is actually a very easy distinction between the two. So image is the actual package that we saw in one of those previous slides. So the application package together with the configuration and the dependencies and all these things, this is actually the artifact that is movable around is actually the image. Container is when I pull that image on my local machine and I actually start it, so the application inside actually starts, that creates the container environment. So if it's not running, basically it's an image, it's just an artifact that's lying around. If I start it and actually run it on my machine, it is a container. So that is the distinction. So here it says the active running containers with a container ID, image that it's running from, and some entry commands that it executed, and some other status information. So this means that PostgreSQL is now running on my local machine. Simple as that. If I were now to need, let's say, another version of Postgres to run at the same time on my local machine, I could just go ahead and say,
we will take a break on this. Like we will come to chat. Till now, we'll see the video. Okay.
let's go back, and let's say I want to have 9.6 and 10.10 running at the same time on my local machine. I'll just do run Postgres and run. Again, it doesn't find it locally, so it pushes. And this is what I actually explained to you earlier, because it's the same application but with just a different version. Some of the layers of the image are the same, so I don't have to fetch those again because they are already on my machine, and it just fetches the layers that are different. So that saves a little bit of time, and I think it could be actually a good advantage. So now we'll wait for other image layers to load so that we have the second Postgres version running. And now you see I have Postgres 9.6 running in this command line tab, and I have Postgres version 10.10 running in the next one. So I have two Postgreses with different versions running, and I can actually output them here. Both of them running, and there's no conflict between those two. Like I can actually run any number of applications with different versions, maybe of the same application, with no problem at all. And we're gonna go through how to use those containers in your application and the port configuration and some of the other configuration stuff later in this tutorial when we do a deep dive. But this is just for you to get the first visual image of how Docker containers actually work, how they look like, and how easily you can actually start them on your local machine without having to implement a specific version of Postgres application and do all the configuration yourself.
Okay. Okay, so we have to try this out instead of going further. What you guys are saying. So it basically installs the same library and packages into every system, preventing the version mismatch. Yes, let's create a Docker clone. Yeah, let's create a Docker clone. So I have installed this as she was explaining in the video. I have installed MySQL instead of Postgres. Okay, so Docker run MySQL. So it downloaded because I didn't had this image. It says unable to find the image MySQL latest. So it installed the latest image on my system. Okay, now that it has installed, I am doing this thing. Okay, let me clear this terminal. If I do docker run mysql, it will not run because it's saying these things are not configured. So how to configure these things? So I don't know how to configure these things. So let me ask because I have to enter in this क्या बोलते हैं, container. If I open my Docker desktop, it would show us the new क्या बोलते हैं, new image, new container that we created. There's nothing. I can see this MySQL or this 20 seconds ago, 11 minutes ago. Okay, it's trying to create all these things. Name is some random name. Okay, if I go on the terminal and do this, run this command one more time, will it add one more time over here? One, two, three, four. Oh, it's adding this. So let me delete all this. Delete forever. Okay, and if I go and do, will it install? No. Vigilant, it's giving some random bullshit names. uh so it would give us some terminal, clear terminal. Is it a terminal? Inspect, find, mounts, execute. To execute commands, run the container. Sign in. mm, Let me sign into Docker. So let me run this. Upgrade active subscription required. We have to do this in the terminal only. Let's create Docker run host port, container port, and image name. Okay, so this you are saying Docker run host port. So host port is like 3306. 3306. Container port we will have the same 3306, and image name is, can I say MySQL, like this? Let's try this. What? Docker error response, daemon ports are not available, exposing TCP 3306. Bind address already in use. Okay, so let me try 3302 and 3302. Uh, so let's ask this to ChatGPT now. How to run this image? This is an image or a container. Creating image? Don't create an image. To access the container, you can find container port, you can find in Docker PS. Image name will be there too. You cannot give random port. Host port is your machine port. Okay. So, but if I run Docker PS, there's nothing showing up because it's not running. Docker PS shows only those containers which are running. So currently we don't have any. So for but to run any container, but to run this MySQL container, we need to configure all these things. So how? I don't want an image, bro. Why it's image क्यों बना रहा है? Okay, like this Docker run MySQL container, MySQL root password, and this. Okay, so let's clear this terminal. So Docker run MySQL and name. Uh, so container name is this Vigilant Edition. Container name MySQL root password. So hyphen e MySQL root password is equal to root. Okay, and then port hyphen p will mention 3307 to 3306, and MySQL at the end. MySQL, will it work? Okay, it worked. MySQL field failed while attempting to check config. Command was this: enter password MySQL ID cannot perform keyring migration, invalid keyring migration source option. What is this issue? Image name will be there too. You cannot give random port. Host port is your machine port. This command is to run container. You run this. Docker interpreted it as MySQL command. So MySQL received MySQL ID, which is why failed with. All Docker options must come before the image run. So this is what I used. Error response conflict. The container name is already in use by container this. Acha, we have to give a new container name. So for example, let's give indie here. So okay, I understood now. So we have to give a new container name. So IndieDev, we will name it as IndieDev, and let's run this. Okay, new entry point. I'm switching off. Mm, okay, so go back to this, and it will show you IndieDev is running. So these all are named randomly. So let me delete these random created. So this is the container that we have now. Okay, in this one we can execute it seems. So show database. क्या होता है databases? Show db mysql. Acha, I have to log into this first. This is an image. Okay. So mysql hyphen u user root hyphen p password is root. Okay, we got into the image ka container now. Uh, we are inside the container of mysql. So now if I do show databases, yeah, it's working. Now maybe use uh, information schema. We can perform all the activities now, and then show tables. Yeah, these are all the tables. So yeah, everything is working. For example, if we copy this name and select start from this empty. Okay, it's an empty table. Okay, so this is how we can run it. But how about the terminal? If we don't have Docker container app, but it's a mandatory thing to have a Docker container app. So if I close this, what will happen? Will it terminate? Yeah, terminate this. Refresh. Oh, I did restart. Okay, okay. We understood how to install this and how to run our own uh, image, how to download an image. So we have to go to this Docker Hub, not this Docker Hub, and there is a command given. Kahan tha command? For example, if I go and search MySQL, 1 billion plus downloads. So this MySQL, and there is a command, yeah, Docker pull MySQL. So we just did this Docker run. Okay, understood. Let's go to the next step now.
When I first started learning Docker, after understanding some of the main concepts, my first question was, okay, so what is the difference between Docker and an Oracle VirtualBox, for example? And the difference is quite simple, I think. And in this short video, I'm going to cover exactly that. And I'm going to show you the difference by explaining how Docker works on an operating system level and then comparing it to how virtual machine works. So let's get started. In order to understand how Docker works on the operating system level, let's first look at how operating system is made up. So operating systems have two layers, operating system kernel and the applications layer. So as you see in this diagram, the kernel is the part that communicates with the hardware components like CPU and memory, etc. And the applications run on the kernel layer. So they are based on the kernel. So for example, you all know Linux operating system and
What I was saying, इसकी आवाज इतनी बढ़ता ना कि I also had the same question though. And the name also, I didn't know that she's a girl. I saw the name and I said, "Oh, Nana." Nana is talking, and when I saw her, I got shocked.
And there are lots of distributions of Linux out there. There's Ubuntu and Debian, and there's Linux Mint, etc. There are hundreds of distributions. They all look different, so the graphical user interface is different, the file system is maybe different. So a lot of applications that you use are different because even though they use the same Linux kernel, they use different, or they implement different applications on top of that kernel. So as you know, Docker and virtual machine, they're both virtualization tools. So the question here is what parts of the operating system they virtualize. So Docker virtualizes the applications layer. So when you download a Docker image, it actually contains the applications layer of the operating system and some other applications installed on top of it, and it uses the kernel of the host because it doesn't have its own kernel. The virtual box or the virtual machine, on the other hand, has the applications layer
Guys,
and its own kernel. So
guys, please do like the stream यार मेरे को likes नहीं दिख रहे. Something is happening since 2 days. Please do like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream so that other people would know that this person is again live and would join the stream.
it virtualizes the complete operating system, which means that when you download a virtual machine image on your host, it doesn't use your host kernel, it boots up its own. So what does this difference between Docker and virtual machine actually mean? So first of all, the size of Docker images are much smaller because they just have to implement one layer. So Docker images are usually a couple of megabytes. Virtual machine images, on the other hand, can be a couple of gigabytes large. A second one is the speed. So you can run and start Docker containers much faster than the VMs because every time you start them, they have to boot the operating system kernel and the applications on top of it. The third difference is compatibility. So you can run a virtual machine image of any operating system on any other operating system host. But you can't do that with Docker. So what is the problem exactly? Let's say you have a Windows operating system with a kernel and some applications, and you want exactly other operating system host. But you can't do that with Docker. So what is the problem exactly? Let's say you have a Windows operating system with a kernel and some applications, and you want to run a Linux-based Docker image on that Windows host. The problem here is that a Linux-based Docker image might not be compatible with the Windows kernel. And this is actually true for the Windows versions below 10 and also for the older Mac versions, which if you have seen how to install Docker on different operating systems, you see that the first step is to check whether your host can actually run Docker natively, which basically means is the kernel compatible with the Docker images. So in that case, a workaround is that you install a technology called Docker Toolbox, which abstracts away the kernel to make it possible for your host to run different Docker images. So in this video, I will show you how to install Docker on different operating systems. The installation will differ not only based on the operating system, but also the version of that operating system. So you can actually watch this video selectively depending on which OS and the version of that OS you have. I will show you how to find out which installation step applies to you in the before installing section, which is the first one. So once you find that out, you can actually directly skip to that part of the video where I explain that into details. I will put the minute locations of each part in the description part of the video, and also I will put all the links that I use in the video in the description so that you can easily access them. Also, if you have any questions during the video or if you get stuck installing the Docker on your system, please post your question or problem in the comment section so that I can get back to you and help you proceed, or maybe someone from the community will. So with that said, let's dive right into it. So if you want to install Docker, you can actually Google it and you get an official documentation of Docker. It's important to note that there are two editions of Docker. There's a community and enterprise editions. For us to begin with, community edition will be just fine. In the Docker community edition tab there's a list of operating systems and distributions in order to install Docker. So for example, if we start with Mac, we can click in here and we see the documentation of how to install it on Mac, which is actually one of the easiest, but we'll see some other ones as well. So before you install Docker on your Mac or Windows computer, there are prerequisites to be considered. So for Mac and Windows, there has to be some criteria of an operating system and the hardware met in order to support running Docker. So if you have Mac, go through the system requirements to see if your Mac version is actually supporting Docker. If you have Windows, then you can go to the Windows tab and look at the system requirements there, or what to know before you install. For example, one thing to note is that Docker natively runs only on Windows 10. So if you have a Windows version which is less than 10, then Docker cannot run natively on your computer. So if your computer doesn't meet the requirements to run Docker, there is a workaround for that, which is called Docker Toolbox. Instead of Docker, you basically just have to install a Docker Toolbox that will become a sort of a bridge between your operating system and the Docker, and that will enable you to run Docker on your legacy computer. So if that applies to you, then skip ahead in this video to the part where I explain how to install Docker Toolbox on Mac and on Windows.
Should we watch this part? How to install the how to install this? So maybe we can skip on this part. As we have installed, let's run this on a higher speed.
So let's install Docker for Mac. As you see here, there are two channels that you can download the binaries from, or the application from. We'll go with the stable channel. Another thing to consider, if you have an older version of Mac, either software or the hardware, please go through the system requirements to see if you can actually install Docker. So here, there is a detailed description of what Mac version you need to be able to run Docker. And also you need at least 4 gigabytes of RAM. And by installing Docker, you will actually have the whole package of it, which is a Docker engine, which is important, or which is necessary to run the Docker containers on your laptop, the Docker command line client, which will enable you to execute some Docker commands, Docker Compose, if you don't know it yet, don't worry about it, but it's just technology to orchestrate if you have multiple containers, and some other stuff that we're not going to need in this tutorial. But you will have everything in a package installed. So go ahead and download the stable version. Well, I already have Docker installed from the...
Okay, we can skip on this. I'm skipping on this Docker installation part. I don't think it is required now.
up or checking the virtualization status will be different. So I just suggest you Google it and look it up of how to find the virtualization status to see that it's enabled. Once you have that checked, also make sure that your Windows operating system is 64 bits. So if those two criteria are met, then you can go ahead and install.
Okay, now we are at the actual part, which is the basic commands. You guys with me? Do you have any questions? Because after this, we will write our own Docker file, hopefully. So let's continue on this.
So in this video, I'm going to show you some basic Docker commands. At the beginning, I'm going to explain what the difference between container and image is, because that's something a lot of people confuse. Then very quickly go through version and tag, and then show you a demo of how to use the basic Docker commands. Commands that will be enough to pull an image.
Docker pull, Docker run, Docker start, Docker stop, and Docker ps. Okay, these are the commands we should
start
know.
a container, to configure a container, and even debug the container. So with that said, let's get started. So what is the difference between container and image? Mostly people use those terms interchangeably, but actually there's a fine difference between the two. To see theoretically, container is just a part of a container runtime. So container is the running environment for an image. So as you see in this graphic, the application image that runs the application, it could be Postgres, Redis, some other application, needs, let's say, a file system where it can save the log files, or where it can store some configuration files. It also needs some environmental configuration, like environmental variables and so on. So all this environmental stuff are provided by container. And container also has a port that is binded to it, which makes it possible to talk to the application which is running inside of a container. And of course, it should be noted here that the file system is virtual in container. So the container has its own abstraction of an operating system.
Are we clear on the Docker versus virtual machine part? I don't think we are clear on that part. So what's the difference between, let's circle on this part now. What's the difference between Docker and virtual machine environment? Virtual VMs, virtual machines, virtualize physical hardware to run full independent operating system, whereas Docker virtualizes the host operating system to run isolated applications within lightweight containers. Virtual layer, operating system, hardware level. Okay. Guest OS, no, shares the host kernel. Yes, each VM has its own full OS. Yeah. Size very small, megabytes very large. Boot time milliseconds to seconds, minutes. Resource efficiency extremely high, moderate. Isolation process okay. हेलो, एक क्वेश्चन पूछना था वंश। हाँ पूछो वंश, पूछो। One single VM you can run multiple Docker containers. Yes. ऑफलाइन BCA करूँ या क्या क्या, ऑनलाइन BCA करूँ या ऑफलाइन BCA tier 3 कॉलेज? यार, I'll always suggest you to go in the college because the actual learning is not what you learn through the lectures, but it is through the network. So network is really really important. I would strongly suggest you to uh, do physical classes. Go to the college. Let me know if others agree with this. Agree with me. Virtualization, Docker versus this. Let me just read once and then we can move forward. Virtualization allows the creation of virtual instance of real life resources such as servers, networks. In computing, virtualization allows multiple isolated instances of virtualized components to operate on real life component. Multiple virtual servers could run on physical server. A VM lets you run a virtual machine on any hardware. Docker lets you run application on any operating system. It uses isolated user space instances. It is a very hard sentence, complicated sentence, but I understood what it's saying. Docker containers have their own file system, dependency, structure, process, and network capabilities. The application it is a completely new thing. Uh, we cannot think clearly about that. Okay, I understood the basic difference. I answered you once. So let's get back to the lecture. Before that, guys, don't forget to like the stream. Huh?
including the file system and the environment, which is of course different from the file system and environment of the host machine. So in order to see the difference between container and image and
Hey, somebody took the like back, yaar. Please don't do this kind of shit things. I was seeing 6 likes, now I am seeing 5 likes. Don't do this, yaar. Already likes come hai aur upar se aise.
action, let's head over to the Docker Hub and find, for example, a Redis image. Another thing is that Docker Hub, all the artifacts that are in the Docker Hub are images. So we're not talking about containers here. All of these things are images, Docker official image. So we're gonna go ahead and pull a Redis image out of the Docker Hub to my laptop. So you see the different layers of the image are downloaded. And this will take a couple of minutes. So once the download is complete, I can check all the existing images on my laptop using Docker images command. So I see I have 2 images, Redis and Postgres, with text, image IDs, and so on. Another important aspect of images is that they have tags or versions. So for example, if you go back to the Docker Hub, each image that you look up in the Docker Hub will have many different versions. The latest is always the one that you get when you don't specify the version, of course. If you have a dependency on a specific version, you can actually choose the version you want and specify it. And you can select one from here. So this is what you see here. The tag is basically the version of the image. So I just downloaded the latest, and I can also see the size of the image. So now to this point, we have only worked with images. There is no container involved, and there is no Redis
This part I understood. We can skip on this Docker commands.
mode, and that is -d.
Hello, Atharva. How are you, buddy? Just coming after ending stream. Yeah, welcome back, bro. Share your update. What's your update, brother?
So if I do docker run -d Redis, I will just get the ID of the container as an output, and the container will stop running. So if we check again docker ps, I see the container with the ID starting with 838, which is the same thing here, is running. So this is how you can start it in the detached mode. Now, for example, if you would want to restart a container because, I don't know, the application crashed inside or some error happened, so you want to restart it, you would need the container ID. So just the first part of it, not the whole string. And you can simply say docker stop ID of the container, and that will stop the Docker container. Nothing running. If you want to start it again, you can use the same ID to start again. So let's say you stop a Docker container. At the end of the day, you go home, you come back the next
It is very difficult to remember all these commands. Yeah, we don't have to actually remember the commands. We actually need to know what we want to do. We can start the container, we can stop the container, we can run the container in isolation. So these things we should know, and commands, so anytime we can just Google it.
next day, open your laptop, and you want to restart the stopped container, right? So if you do docker ps, there's the output is empty, you don't see any containers. So what you can do, alternative to just looking up your history, command line history, is you can do docker ps -a, which will show you all the containers which are running or not running. So here you see the container ID again, and you can restart it.
I'm not. I'm using ChatGPT, bro, as well, just to study purposes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's try another thing. Let's say you have two parallel applications that both use Redis but in different versions. So you would need two Redis containers with different image versions running on your laptop, right? At different times maybe, or at the same time. So here we have the latest one, which is Redis 5.06. And let's head over to the Docker Hub and select version. Let's say you need version 4.0. So remember the first time that we downloaded the Redis image, we did docker pull Redis. However, if you use docker run with Redis image and the tag, which was 4.0, it will pull the image and start the container right away after it. So it does two commands basically in one. So it's docker pull, then docker start in one command. So if I do this, it says it can find the image locally, so it goes and pulls the image from the repository to my laptop. And again, we see some layers are downloaded and the container is started right away. And now if I do docker ps, you see that I have two Redises running. So this is where it gets interesting. Now, how do you actually use the any container that you just started? So in this output, you also see the ports section, which specifies on which port the container is listening to the incoming request. So both containers open the same port, which is what was specified in the image. So in the logs of the container, you can see the information, running mode, standalone, port 6379. So how does that actually work? And how do we not have conflicts while both are running on the same port? So to explain that, let's head over to our slide and see how this works. As you know, container is just a virtual environment running on your host. And you can have multiple containers running simultaneously on your host, which is your laptop, PC, whatever you're working on. And your laptop has certain ports available that you can open for certain applications. So how it works is that you need to create a so-called binding between a port that your laptop, your host machine has, and the container. So for example, in the first container part here, you see container is listening on port 5000, and you bind your laptop's port 5000 to that containers. Now, you will have conflict if you open two 5000 ports on your host, because you will get a message, the port is already bound or is already in use. You can't do that. However, you can have two containers, as you see, the second and third containers are both listening on port 3000, which is absolutely okay as long as you bind them to two different ports from your host machine. So once the port binding between the host and the container is already done,
बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आ रही, क्या ही गलत डिसीजन ले लिया तो दिक्कत तो हो जाएगी यार। सी, तुम कोई भी कोर्स है ना ऑनलाइन कर सकते हो, बट एटलीस्ट फॉर द ग्रेजुएशन पर्पजेस आई वुड रियली टेल यू कि ज्वाइन द कॉलेज, बिकॉज दैट इज द बेस्ट फीलिंग इन द वर्ल्ड। वो जो 3-4 साल तुम कॉलेज में बिताओगे ना, वो तुम कभी नहीं भूलोगे। पढ़ाई लिखाई ये सब जिंदगी भर चलता रहेगा। तुम कॉलेज में जाके भी तो सेम ही लेक्चर करोगे, और कॉलेज में जाओगे तो यू विल फाइंड द रियल, क्या बोलते, कंपटीशन। देयर विल बी पीपल हु आर स्मार्टर देन यू, फास्टर देन यू, एंड more capable than you. So you would look at them, how they study, how they listen in the lectures, and then they, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, you can look at them and improve. So that is a huge advantage. Plus you get to make some new friends. Those friends will give you the next job after maybe 5-6 year 10 years, a referral job. बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आया क्या कलर। ये बताओ, ये बताओ तो आपने सही की, सही की कंपटीशन का पता चलेगा, हाँ। यस। वही, जब एक क्लास में बैठते हो ना, तब तुम बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ बैठते हो, तुम्हें बहुत सारी चीज़ें नहीं पता चलती है। टीचर्स तुम्हें पर्सनली जानते हैं, टीचर्स के पास तुम खुद जाके पूछ सकते हो डाउट। यू हैव एक्सेस ऑफ लाइब्रेरीज, कॉलेज रिसोर्सेज, प्ले ग्राउंड, सब कुछ तुम्हें मिलता है इफ़ यू गो टू कॉलेजेस, यू नो। एक रूम में बैठ के तुम नहीं ग्रो हो सकते हो। एक रूम में बैठ के तुम क्या कर लोगे? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लेक्चर सीख लोगे, अच्छा, मतलब जो भी सिखा रहे हैं उसको बैठ के सही से कर लोगे। उसके अलावा क्या करोगे तुम? दिस इज़ नॉट लाइफ ब्रो। आई एम नॉट एबल टू गेट माई हेड अराउंड कि graduations are happening online. I could have understand during the COVID era, but why now? I guess it's just a tool to make more money easily, like online resources. Conducting classes online just takes an internet bill and nothing else. You guys are like, I don't know why you are thinking about online classes. Go to the colleges, learn, because the real skill is not you get from the lectures. Real skill is you get from talking to other people, talking to different kind of people. बट यार ऑफलाइन में ना टाइम नहीं मिल पाएगा, बाकी सब बताओ। टाइम किस चीज़ के लिए टाइम नहीं मिल पाएगा? टाइम मिलेगा भाई। भाई हम कॉलेज में जाके, वी आई यूज टू लिव इन हॉस्टल, यू नो। आई यूज टू लिव इन हॉस्टल। हम सुबह क्रिकेट भी खेलते थे, दिन में लेक्चर्स करते थे, रात में बाहर घूमने जाते थे। आई माई कॉलेज वॉज इन मुंबई, सो आई यूज टू wander around and then I also used to study, you know. हाँ, अथर्व का सिचुएशन आई नो, कंप्लीट सिचुएशन, ही एक्सप्लेन मी हिज इश्यूज एंड ऑल्सो फॉर हिम it's different scenario. But if you have a option to go to college, go to the college, buddy. Even in the IITs, you know, even in the IITs, मैंने कुछ टाइम IIT बॉम्बे में भी बिताया है. So I know in the IITs also the good people, the network of people is really good. uh, I don't think the lectures are that good. So don't bother, bro. Go to college. I'm emphasizing on this. I just hope the college he chooses is unlike mine. Why bro, यश? अरे सारे कॉलेजेस सेम है भाई, ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक सेम ही कॉलेजेस है. I'll tell you, the first day of my engineering college, I went to the college and I saw a thermodynamics lab and it had so many engines in there, you know, old engines. My college was from British area. It was like 150 years old college. So there were so many engines placed. So I was so curious कि यार मेरे को क्या क्या सीखने मिलेगा, क्या मज़ा आएगा ये सब करने में. जब वो समय आया उस लेक्चर का, उस पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट का सेम आया, कॉलेज के पास लेक्चरर ही नहीं था. जो लेक्चरर आया वो एक्सपेरिमेंट, मतलब वो लैब कंडक्ट कराने के लिए, उसको नहीं आता था, वो छोड़ के चला गया. तो हमने ऐसे रट्टा मार के वो कर लिया. तो क्या घंटे का कॉलेज है भाई, कुछ नहीं है. मेरा भी कॉलेज महाराष्ट्र का टॉप वन का कॉलेज था, फिर भी कुछ खास नहीं सिखाया वो वहाँ पे. आ, भाई आपने बात तो सही. व्यूज ऑन करंट जॉब मार्केट फॉर 2027 बैच, यार. It's really dicey right now, you know. Companies are in the dilemma to hire or not to hire new people. uh, they are like not keen about hiring the latest, the fresh people, because they know everybody is writing the code using AI. That is a most stringent stigma that they have. Maybe they'll resume hiring, they'll hire more freshers in coming days once they sort out with the tokens scenarios and all. uh, but till then though, it's slightly difficult, but keep trying. It is not closed, it is open still. भाई आपने बात तो सही की ऑफलाइन के बारे में. टीयर 3 में भी अच्छा नेटवर्क बन पाए, हाँ यार बनता है भाई. चार्ट मिस, सॉरी सॉरी, मैंने चार्ट कौन सा मिस कर दिया. वंश, वंश तो मैं कॉशियस, हाँ मैंने ये पढ़ा. वो तुम्हारे साथ डिस्कशंस हो रहा था इसलिए मैंने वो स्किप कर दिया. माई कॉलेज टेक्स 1 year टू कंप्लीट 1 semester. व्हाट द फक यश. ये तो मैं पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ. सारे कॉलेज में नेटवर्क बनता है भाई. सारे कॉलेजेस में मैं देखता हूँ मेरे हॉस्टलाइट ग्रुप पे कितने सारे लोगों को रेफरल देके अपने कंपनी में जॉब देते हैं. After 10 years, the same chaddi buddies you are sharing your memories with, you are sitting in the same classroom, may become a CEO of any company, may become CTO of any company, may at least become a manager, so that you can go ask him about the referral in near future. या ऑफलाइन करो भाई. इट वुड बी अ ग्रेट डिसीजन. तुम मुझे 4 साल 3 साल बाद थैंक यू बोलोगे यहीं आके. मेरे कुछ अलग फाइनेंशियल प्लान्स भी है वंश भाई. दैट्स व्हाई आई चोज ऑनलाइन. दैट वाज आल्सो डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर. हाँ, उसका उसका सिचुएशन इज अलग. रिएक्ट वाला. हेलो हेलो ब्रदर. टेम्प जेपी. माइंड टेक 3 month कंप्लीट 1 semester. या 3 month 4 month का ही होता है एक सेमेस्टर यार. ए योर टेक्स 3 month to complete 1 semester. Are you from Mumbai, bro? Because Mumbai University has this shortest semesters. Yeah, agreed. I have made great network. I'll tell you, you will never find good teachers in any Indian colleges, but you will find the greatest of the great minds among your friends in colleges. 6 महीने का नहीं होता है एक सेम. 6 महीने का नहीं होता यार. 4 5 महीने का होता है. ऑड इवन सेम. कोई कॉलेजेस में ऑड सेम छोटा होता है, कोई इसमें इवन सेम छोटा है. भैया मुझे भी दिला दो रेफरल. करते हैं प्रबंध भाई. मेरे कंपनी में फ्रेशर्स के लिए ओपन हो जाए ना, मैं आई पोस्ट इट ऑन दिस चैनल कि positions for freshers are open and you can apply. Right now it is frozen for freshers. No, जयपुर राजस्थान. ओ ओके ओके. भाई कौन सा टीयर कॉलेज में हूँ. Today's stream was great, better than expected. I thought I would take 5+ hours to done the things, but instead of that, took less than that. Also, even did +1 more. Hey, that's nice. That's nice, buddy. सेकेंड ईयर के बाद पता ही नहीं चला कब हाँ यार. सच में यार. फाइनल ईयर अभी भी मुझे लगता है, पता है, स्टिल समटाइम्स आई गेट क्या सपने आते कि आई एम गोइंग बैक टू माई कॉलेज. इट वॉज ऑल just a temporary thing and college was the real. So I'm going back to my hostel days, I'm going back to my college, but it is never gonna come again. It is once in a life opportunity. Today's objective completed. Nice. Mine is pending, but yeah, I will do it. My college is affiliated with a government university and they are making excuses about the NAP and delaying the exams even when our syllabus is completed tier 3. Okay. पता नहीं आजकल क्या हो गया है भाई. कॉलेजेस में
We
तो
can
ये
actually
सब इशू
connect to the
रहने
run
चाहिए.
container using
Back to the lecture. We'll do little more.
the port of the host. So in this example URI, you would have some app, localhost, and then the port of the host. And the host then will know how to forward the request to the container using the port binding. So if we head back, here you see that containers have their ports and they're both running on the same one. However, we haven't made any binding between my laptop's port and the container port. And because of that, the container is basically unreachable by any application, so I won't be able to use it. So the way we actually do that is by specifying the binding of the ports during the run command. So I'm gonna break this and check that there is just one container running now. I'm gonna stop the other one as well so we can start the menu. Okay, so we see both containers are here. So now we want to start them using the binding between the host and the container ports. But again, we have two Redises, so we need to bind them to two different ports on my laptop. So the way to do it is you do docker run and you specify with -p the port of the host. That's the first one. So let's go with 6000. It doesn't really matter in this case. And the second one is the port that you're binding this to, which is the container port. So we know the container port will be 6379, and this is where we bind so my laptop's port 6002. And if I do this, I forgot what is here. So, and now if I do docker ps, Let's actually clean this. Docker PS again. Here you see the binding here.
Okay, so this first port is our host computer's port, and the second port is the containers port. So we have to bind those port. So let me see the Docker desktop in which we have different containers already running, not running, but we have containers mapped. So yeah, everyone has the same port mapped. TCP localhost 4200 and TCP 4200. 5005, 5005, 3307 MySQL has a different port on localhost because 3306 I have my local database connected, so we have used 3307, but for the container the port number is 3306. Okay, new addition to the knowledge.
Right? So your laptop's 6000 port is bound to containers 6379. So now let's do another thing and let's start it in a detached mode.
Chat 2 minutes bus,
This,
just 2 minutes, we'll finish this part and we'll come to the chat again.
check again. It's running again. And now I want to start the second container. Let's clear this again. So here you see it created a bunch of containers because when I specified different options with the port binding, it actually created new containers. That's why you see a couple of more here. So I'm gonna copy the image name with the tag for .o minus p. So for example, if I were to do this now, and I would try to run the other Redis, the second Redis container with the same port on my laptop, I would get an error saying port is already allocated. So I can do 6001 and run it. Again, I'll run it in detached mode so that you see port. And if I go over here and say Docker PS, I see that I have two different Redis versions running, both of them bound to different ports on my laptop, and the containers themselves listening to requests on the same port.
Okay, so we have completed that part now. Now commands part is done. Dex will be debugging the containers, but till then back to the messages. कहाँ तक पढ़ा था मैंने? Today's objective completed. My college is affiliated है, मैंने पढ़ा tier 3. वांचुक सर को तो किडनैप, हाँ यार बहुत ही बुरा लगा वो देख के, है ना, मतलब it's such a shame that we are living in such a country, you know, such a country, such a government. It's just not the country but the government is so fucked up. भाई आप DSA C++ से कर रहे हो ना? नहीं नहीं, मैं जावा में कर रहा हूँ. अच्छा, मोटिवेटर को पूछ रहा हूँ, सॉरी. अपना कॉलेज से. ये अच्छा, ये तुम्हारा डिस्कशन चल रहा है. Need an advice, भैया. Should I consider join a company with a low package like 3-5 LPA now and switch after 9 to 12 months? Of course, brother. Of course. See, एक बार तुम once you get into any company, then the next switch is really simple rather than if you don't have any job and try to get a job after 6 to 8 months, you know, without any job. So whatever the job you are getting, and right now the market is so fucked up, the job markets, especially for the freshers. So whatever you are getting, just join, and after 6 to 8 months you can again switch and get a good package, you know. So don't worry about that. We are here to improve out on our skills, but the first job will give you some guidelines, some particular path to follow. So get take the job, buddy. Temp. What's your name? Temp is like, it's very wrong to call temp. It doesn't sound nice. Give me your real name. And guys, don't forget to like the stream, यार. You guys are not liking the stream. मेरे को ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा बिल्कुल भी. You guys used to like the stream so much so कि I never have to say that out bluntly. But you guys are not liking the stream. Please do like the stream. जब मैं आया लगा स्ट्रीम इंग्लिश में कैसे आने लगी. भाई I talk in English as well, bro. This is some American English that you are saying. भाई कौन से वाले? Oh, nice. Don't feel shame. He has his own agenda. Don't feel shame. He has his own. Okay, maybe a different perspective. Dant Kanti. Badal. Oh, Badal. Badal is your name, bro. Such a cool name, you know. Badal. Guys, kindly like the stream. I'm giving you a warning now. Kindly like the stream. अपने को डॉकर फाइल भी लिखना है यार, ये बहुत ही बड़ा वीडियो है. Okay, so debugging containers. Should we do that? What's the debugging container then most replayed? ये क्या नाम? Demo project. Okay, there is a demo project that we should see into developing with containers. Okay, Docker compose, Docker file building. Docker file building. This is the part which we want. So we have three more sessions between and then to this part. Private Docker repository. Okay, and then deploy our containerized application. Yeah, this maybe we will do tomorrow, but today we have to write the Docker file. So I hope we will reach till then. Holy damn, Badal. Like the stream, Yaro, guys, putting mind bending efforts here. Yeah, please do. अभी अभी तो करंटली इन्फोसिस की प्रिपरेशन कर रहा हूँ कैंपस ड्राइव की. या गुड ब्रो. Keep doing whatever you are doing, Badal, and take the job that you have in hand. At least take the offer and keep preparing for the other jobs. Keep interviewing for other jobs. You will achieve. You will go through that. You know, मिल जाएगा दूसरा अभी. अभी के लिए तो जो है उसको भी ले ही लो. छोड़ो मत किसी को. Okay, and please don't forget to like the stream, यार.
So far we have seen a couple of basic Docker commands. We have seen Docker pull, which pulls the image from the repository to local environment. We also saw run, which basically combines Docker pull and Docker start, pulls the image if it's not locally available, and then starts it right away. Then we saw Docker start and Docker stop, which makes it possible to restart a container if you made some changes and you want to create a new version, which makes it possible to restart a container if you need to. We also saw Docker run with options. The one option that we saw was D minus D, which is detached. So you can run the container in detached mode, so you can use terminal again. Minus P allows you to bind port of your host to the container. So very important to remember minus P, then comes the port of your host, and then comes the port of your container, whatever it might be. We also saw Docker PS minus A, which basically gives you all the containers no matter if they're running currently or not. We also saw Docker images, which gives you all the images that you have locally. So for example, if after a couple of months you decide to clean up your space and get rid of some stale images, you can actually check them, check the list, and then go through them and delete them. You can do the same with stale Docker containers that you don't use anymore or you don't need anymore. You can also get rid of them. So the final part of the Docker
Guys, I'll be back to chat after finishing this part, so we'll do like this. नहीं तो वो flow break हो रहा है.
basic commands are commands for troubleshooting, which are very, very useful. If something goes wrong in the container, you want to see the logs of the container, or you want to actually get inside of container, get the terminal, and execute some commands on it. So let's see Docker PS. We have two containers running, right? Now, we don't have any output. We don't see any logs here. So let's say something happens. Your application cannot connect to Redis, and you don't know what's happening. So ideally, you would want to see what logs Redis container is producing, right? The way to do that is very easy. You just say Docker logs, and you specify the container ID. And you see the logs. You can also do the Docker logs if you don't want to remember the container ID or do Docker PS all the time. You can remember the name of the container, and you can get the logs using the name. So a little side note here, as we're talking about the names of the containers. So here, as you see, when a container is created, you just get some random name like this. So you can name your containers as you want using another option of the Docker run, which might be pretty useful sometimes if you don't want to work with the container IDs and you just want to remember the names, or if you just want to differentiate between the containers. So for example, let's create a new container from Redis 4.0 image using a different name that we choose. So I'm gonna stop this container, and I'm going to create a new one from the same image. So let's run it in the detached mode. Let's open the port 1001.2.6.3.7.9 and give the name to the container. And let's call, since it's the older version, let's call it Redis older. And we need to specify the image. So remember, this will create a new container since we're running the docker run command again. So if we execute this and check again, we see the Redis 4.0 image based container is created, which is fresh new. You can see in the created, and the name is Redis older. And we can do the same for the other container so that we kind of know which container is what. So I'll stop this one.
Just a second, guys. I'll be back to the chat after this part.
And I will use the same command here. This will be the latest, and I will call this Redis latest. And since bind another port, so I'm gonna run it, and let's see. So here I have two containers running. Now I know Redis older, Redis latest. So for example, if the older version has some problems, I can just do logs Redis older, and I can get my logs. So another very useful command in debugging is docker exec. So what we can do with docker exec is we can actually get the terminal of a running container. So let's check again. We
Okay.
have two containers.
Okay. So these are the same commands in the desktop app. We can go and see those things. See, we can see the logs over here. We can inspect, and then there is execute as well. So execute is just terminal. On this terminal we can go and see, and there is a file. So this is a virtual file system that each and every container has. Okay, and then there is a stat like how much it's been used. So these are also been accessed using the commands. This is what the video is saying.
Containers running, and let's say there is some.
Okay, let me see the chats now. There I have missed many chats. uh अभी तो करंटली इन्फोसिस से मैंने पढ़ा, कोई शक। आज एक स्कूल बैचमेट लड़की से मैं बात कर रहा था। आई आस्क्ड व्हाट टेक्निकल स्किल्स यू हैव लर्नड एंड शी सेड डांसिंग। अरे इट इज नॉट रॉन्ग अथर्व। सी एवरीबडी कांट बी ऑन द सेम पेज, यू नो। सबको सेम ही चीज नहीं पसंद आ सकती। कोई डांस में भी अच्छा हो सकता है, किसी को उसमें भी मजा आ सकता है। भाई स्ट्रिंग से पहले ये तुम्हारे लिए क्वेश्चन है, ये तुम्हारा डिस्कशन चल रहा है। ओ नाइस यार, और बहुत अच्छा सी प्लस प्लस ये तुम्हारा ही चल रहा है शायद। हेलो, हेलो रोहित, हेलो आयुष, हाउ आर यू ब्रदर, लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी ब्रो, हाउ आर यू मैन। दैट्स सम गुड अपडेट जावास्क्रिप्ट। अच्छा तुम्हारा ही डिस्कशन चल रहा है ये। अरे आई मिस्ड आयुष को ब्रो। प्रैक्टिस ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा और पेशेंस, यस। I thought these charts are directed to me, but no worries.
Problem with the latest Redis latest container, and I want to get a terminal of the container and do maybe navigate a directory inside, check the log file, or maybe check the configuration file, or print out the environmental variables, whatever. So in order to do that, we use docker exec command with -t, which stands for interactive terminal. Then I specify the container ID, and I say bash, so I get the bash. And here you see that the cursor changed, so I'm inside of the container as a root user. And here, if I say ls, okay, the data is empty. I can also print out in which directory I am. I can go to home directory, see what's there. So I have my virtual file system inside of a container. And here I can navigate the different directories, and I can check stuff.
Docker execute IT. Okay, we have something running. So कहाँ गया terminal? So docker ps-a, it will show us all these images, all these containers that we have. Let's get, I hope this small screen is visible to you, small terminal. So this is the ID, so maybe I can do docker run this. Unable to find the image. Docker run MySQL. What do I have to give for docker run? Okay, it's not this, it is like docker run IndieDev. अरे क्या कमांड था भाई? एक सेकेंड, कुछ कमांड्स मिस किया हमने. लॉक्स के लिए क्या यूज किया था इसने? व्हाट शी यूज्ड फॉर द लॉक्स?
A new container from Redis 4.0 image using a different name that we choose. So I'm going to stop this container and I'm going to create a new one from the same image. So let's run it in the detached mode. Let's open the port 1001 to 6379 and give the name to the container. And let's go, since it's the older version, let's call it Redis.
yeah, hyphen name. So docker run hyphen name IndieDev. At least one argument. So docker run my SQL name. We did set all these things, where is it taking? Actually these things are being created. So how many? 11 seconds. So it created this. Don't want these things to get created. We want container ID. So can we use container ID? Docker run container ID. Error response daemon, no such image. Docker run help. Docker run. We need to practice these commands as well. Oh, there is so many things. So how would I run this? Let's ask how to run container with ID. This, if that's a container ID, you start with docker start. And when to use docker run? Oh, okay. This is one of the most important docker concepts. Once you understand it, docker becomes simpler. Think of it like image is equal to blueprint class immutable template container running object instance created from that image. Okay, so it is very good point. Docker run, use docker run when you want to create a brand new container. Okay, docker run is used when we need to actually create a brand new. That's why it is creating a brand new containers in the docker desktop that we can see. So we have to actually do this. So what if I know just the name of the container? Can I start it? Absolutely. In fact, okay. So yeah, I was using wrong command. So it is docker not run. Are docker not run. It is like ps. So if we have this ID, copy. So docker start. I can name IndieDev directly instead of ID. Uh, or maybe what happened? Docker start this container ID. Okay, if I, because it's running, it's not showing. If I say docker stop, uh, so docker ps, there's nothing running. Okay, so clear this, and if I can docker start IndieDev. Okay, it started, and now docker. execute some command. So let's see about these commands now. Let's see this logs command, how to use the logs command.
And we need to specify the image. So remember, this will create a new container since we're running the docker run command again. So if we execute this and check again, we see the Redis 4.0.
So let's see how to check the logs from this container. Okay, simply docker logs IndieDev. Okay, it's showing logs. I don't know how to read all those logs. SQL start, all this. Okay, okay, understood.
Image based container is created, which is fresh new. You can see it created, and the name is Redis older. And we can do the same for the other containers.
How was your day? Are you asking it to me, Atharva? Are you?
So that we kind of know which container is what. So I'll stop this one, and I will use the same command here. This will be the latest, and I will call this Redis latest. And since find another port, so I'm gonna run it, and let's see. So here I have two containers running. Now I know Redis older, Redis latest. So for example, if the older version has some problems, I can just do logs Redis older, and I can get my log.
You asking how was your? Oh, okay, okay. So it was nice, bro. My family is here, in Pune, so I'm just going out with them. It's nice day. We went out, but because of the streams, I have to come back early and can't make the night plans. It's nice. Thanks for asking, buddy.
Logs. So another very useful command in debugging is docker exec. So what we can do with docker exec is we can actually get the terminal of a running container. So let's check again. We have two containers.
This is the most important command, execute, because if we have the terminal of that particular container, then we can do each and everything like deploying the app, running the app, everything we can do inside that. So this is the most important command.
Containers running, and let's say there is some problem with the latest Redis latest container, and I want to get a terminal of the container and do maybe navigate a directory inside, check the log file, or maybe check the configuration file, or print out the environmental variables, whatever. So in order to do that, we use docker exec command with -t, which stands for interactive terminal. Then I specify the container ID, and I say bash.
Okay, so let me clear this, and docker exec hyphen integrated terminal, and I need the ID now. So docker ps, this ID, container ID I want. So let's copy this, docker exec integrated terminal, container ID, and then bin slash bash. Okay, so mysql hyphen u root hyphen p, password is password. Okay, this is how we can get into the terminal. So show databases. Yeah, understood. Why bin bash only? But
So I get the bash.
what if I just do how to exit from here? Oh, bye. Exit. Okay. mm, okay, instead of bin bash, what if I do this? Docker execute requires at least two arguments, docker execute and command arguments, docker help. So let's see docker exec hyphen hyphen help, what all options we have over here. uh, detach mode run command in the background, override the key sequence for detaching the container, environment list. It doesn't have all these things. Big
And
bash.
here you see that the
क्या हुआ अथर्व? गाइस प्लीज डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम यार, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है ये सब.
the cursor changed. So I'm inside of the container as a root user. And here, if I say ls, okay, the date is empty. I can also print out in which directory I am. I can go to the home directory, see what's there. So I have my virtual file system inside of a container. And here I can navigate the different directories and I can check stuff. I can also print all the environmental variables to see that some.
Oh, okay, we can do that. Let's do that then. Clear. Uh, Docker execute in integrated terminal and id, and we have to go bin dot bash. Okay, and now if I do ls, we can see all the files it has. And if we do kya tha, in env, we can see all the environment variables. Oh really? Nice, nice. Yeah, this is nice. Oh, it's showing password as well. Password in MySQL root password is root. Okay.
Thing is set correctly and do all kinds of stuff here. And this could be really useful if you have a container with some complex configuration, or if, for example, you are running your own application that you wrote in a container and you have some complex configuration there or some kind of setup, and you want to validate that everything is correctly set. In order to exit the terminal, you just do exit and you're out. You can also do the same using the name. Again, if you don't want to work with the IDs and you just want to remember the names of the container to make it easier, you can do it with the name as well. Same thing. Since most of the
I have to try this because else I'll forget. Exit uh, docker execute in integrated terminal IndieDev and bin slash bash. Yeah, it works with the names as well.
container images are based on
Guys, don't forget to like the stream. In which phase is the project right now? In the deployment phase, brother. We are in the deployment phase. तुम कल वाले प्रोजेक्ट का पूछ रहे हो ना? कल वाला प्रोजेक्ट इज रनिंग. See, it's still hitting many requests. That's why I stopped it. Else it would have injected in the chat. Now that I have this, so I'll test it later. Yeah, yeah, it's in the deployment phase. I'll deploy it first. I have to deploy it first, and then I have to create the MVP2 of it. So in the MVP2, I'll really work on the engine, the thinking engine of this project, the AI host. Okay, but today's focus is the Docker. So we'll go to Docker. Yeah, the like side, I'm not seeing likes are increasing, so I'll take a break. I don't think you guys are liking what I'm doing over here. So if you do ChartBrain deployment, yeah, yeah, yeah. But actually, it doesn't need deployment. It should work on my local because I will have all the controls over there. But yeah, I'll decide whether should I deploy ChatBrain or whether I should deploy a completely done project, which is the URL shortener जो हमने पहले किया है ना project, which is simple. It has both front end and back ends. So it is a new concept, Docker. So I want to start with the simpler application. So maybe I'll choose the URL shortener. And I'm not seeing more likes, so I'll just go. Uh, if you guys want to like, you guys like, I just go and take the coffee and start. Bro, somebody took the like back. I had 7 likes before going, and now I have 6 likes. I said to like the stream. I should end the stream and I should study in privacy. If you guys really don't want these things. uh मैं कहाँ, ओ नाइस यार, बहुत अच्छा। मैं कहाँ पढ़ रहा था? In which phase? Chat brain. Web app deployment takes time. Like I see when people. Stream is working, right? Yeah, stream is working. Yeah, it takes time. Like I see when people deploy normal projects, they just do it in 5 minutes and just update the GitHub files and change. Yeah, वैसे भी जैसे भी चाहे वैसे हम कर सकते हैं। हटा दिया कमेंट साहा। कौन सा कमेंट हटा दिया? ना करे जनाब, यस ना करे भाई। यश भाई मस्ती कर रहे थे अभी मैंने डराया। यश, नॉटी हो रहे हो यश। डोंट डू दिस गाइस। यार मेरी कॉफी मशीन किसी ने बंद कर दी यार, कॉफी ठंडी हो गई। इतनी देर से मेरे को लगा मस्त कॉफी लेके आ जाऊंगा, कॉफी मशीन ही बंद थी। uh can't I see 10 likes यार? come on guys यार, I'm trying to understand what's the problem is now. Okay, no worries. Back to the stream. नहीं नहीं, ब्लैक कॉफ़ी। ब्लैक कॉफ़ी रात को नॉर्मल कॉफ़ी नहीं पी सकते ना। ब्लैक कॉफ़ी इजी टू मेक, इजी टू ड्रिंक, इजी टू क्लीन। Okay,
on some lightweight Linux
this command really helped. This is nice, this is okay.
distributions, you wouldn't have much of the Linux commands or applications installed here. For example, you wouldn't have curl or some other stuff, so you are a little bit more limited in that sense, so you can execute a lot of stuff from the Docker containers. For most of the debugging work, it should be actually enough. So the final part to review the difference between Docker run and Docker start, which might be confusing for some people, let's revisit them. So basically Docker run is where you create a new container from an image. So Docker run will take an image with a specific version or just latest, right, as option or as an attribute.
Okay, we have understood this. I'm skipping to the next part. Demo project overview. So we'll start with the project because we have to. I'll give 2 more likes from my other account. Wait, thank you, yaar Yash. To me, you are my real audience, bro. Hey, blood pressure spikes. Bloody hell, you are just a kid, bro. तुम्हारे लिए blood pressure doesn't exist. You can drink whatever you want. You can whatever you want, as in anything, not the alcohol and all, and you can eat anything you want. You are in the growing stage, bro.
So once you've learned the Docker basic concepts and understood how it works, it's important to see how Docker is actually used in practice.
Do you feel threatened by this girl when she is talking in the lecture, or am I the only one? It feels like a threat when she is talking.
So in software development workflow, you'll know you have this
So
classical steps of development, and you have continuous delivery or continuous integration, and then eventually gets deployed on some environment, right? It could be a test environment, develop environment. So it's important to see how Docker actually integrates in all of those steps. So in the next couple of videos, I'm going to concentrate exactly on that. So we're going to see some overview of the flow, and then we're going to zoom in on different parts and see how Docker is actually used in those individual steps. So let's consider a simplified scenario where you are developing a JavaScript application on your laptop, right? On your local development environment. Your JavaScript application uses a MongoDB.
I can see some good comment. I get headache even if I have a little bit. Yeah, ध्यान ध्यान ही नहीं दिया था। ये तो लड़का, अबे ये लड़का नहीं है, शी इज अ गर्ल ब्रो, शी इज अ गर्ल।
MongoDB database, and instead of installing it on your laptop, you download a Docker container from the Docker Hub. So you connect your JavaScript application with the MongoDB and you start developing. So now let's say you develop the application, first version of the application locally, and now you want to test it, or you want to deploy it on the development environment where a tester in your team is going to test it. So you commit your JavaScript application in Git or in some other version control system. That will trigger a continuous integration, a Jenkins build, or whatever you have configured. And Jenkins build will produce artifacts from your application. So first, you will build your JavaScript application and then create a Docker image out of that JavaScript artifact, right? So what happens to this Docker image once it gets created by a Jenkins build? It gets pushed to a private Docker repository. So usually in a company, you would have a private repository because you don't want other people to have access to your images.
Thank
So
you,
you push it
Yash.
there,
I can
and
see
now
2 likes
as a
from you.
next step could be
I have to give a special thanks to you now. Thank you, man. क्या लड़का है? Need one more to reach 10, yeah. Guys, don't forget to like the stream, huh?
configured on Jenkins or
To
some other
others.
scripts or tools, that Docker image has to be deployed on a development server. So you have a development server that pulls the image from the private repository, your JavaScript application image, and then pulls the MongoDB that your JavaScript application depends on from a Docker Hub. And now you have two containers, one your custom container and a publicly available MongoDB container running on dev server. And they talk to each other. You have to configure it, of course. They talk and communicate to each other and run as an app. So now if a tester, for example, or another developer logs in to a dev server, they will be able to test the application. So this is a simplified workflow.
Did you guys understand this part? This is very important part, like how the workflow with the Docker works. Did you guys understand, or should I explain it to you? बिना स्पेक्स बिना स्पेक्स तो आप हनी सिंह यार बतेरे वाले गाने वाला उसके गाने का दूसरा लड़का कौन सा है उसके गाने में दूसरा लड़का ऐसे देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को. So this is an important flow from the Docker Hub. We are installing whatever the images that we want, building on top of that, building our application, like developing the JavaScript application here in this example, then deploying everything along with the Docker file to the Git, and then Git is integrated with the Jenkins, which is a continuous integration, and then it pushes to the Docker repository, and from the Docker repository, it pulls from the dev server pulls from this Docker repository, and then I don't know उसके बाद ये कैसे रन होता है. We'll see. Got it. Yeah. Prashant Sharma, you are expert in the Docker, you know. I guess you should help me writing the Docker file now. Am I calling you Prashant? It's Paras Sharma. I'm sorry. Paras.
How Docker will work in a real-life development process. In the next videos, I'm going to show you hands-on demo of how to actually do all of this in practice. So in this video, we are going to
Now the actual development, and this is the important part. After this, there will be a Docker file. Docker file का कहाँ है? Docker file, Docker compose. Yeah, Docker file is the next to next.
Look at some practical example of how to use Docker in a local development process. So what we're going to do is a simple demo of a JavaScript and Node.js application in the backend to simulate the local development process, and then we're going to connect it to a Docker container with a MongoDB database in it. So let's get started. So in this video, we're going to see
I'm a noob too. Yeah. So, the problem with the Docker concepts with the people, I have seen many people, किसको भी पूछो ना कंपनी में कि तुम्हें डॉकर पता है, हाँ हाँ पता है भाई पता है. और कुछ थोड़ा सा डिटेल में जाओ ना कि चलो इसका एक फाइल लिखते हैं, ये करते हैं, तो वो बोलते हैं लेट्स टेक अ हेल्प, लेट्स डू दैट. कॉन्फिडेंस तो सबको है कि हाँ मेरे को पता है डॉकर, लेकिन द बिट्स एंड पीसेस इंफॉर्मेशन दैट वी रियली वांट इज मिसिंग इन मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल, सो दैट्स व्हाई we have to fill those gaps.
how to work with Docker containers when developing applications. So the first step will be is we're going to develop a very simple UI backend application using JavaScript, very simple HTML structure, and Node.js in the backend. And in order to integrate all of this in the database, we are going to use a Docker container of a MongoDB database, and also to make working with the MongoDB much easier, so we don't have to execute commands in the terminal, we're going to deploy a Docker container of a Mongo UI, which is called the Mongo Express, where we can see the database structure and all the updates that our application is making in the database.
Okay.
So this development setup should give you an idea of how Docker containers are actually used in the development process. So I've already prepared some very simple JavaScript application. So in order to see the code, basically we have this index.html that is very simple code, and we have some JavaScript here, and we're using Node.js backend that just serves that index.html file and listens on port 3000. So we have the server running here in the backend, and we have the UI that looks like this. So basically it's just a user profile page with some user information, and user can edit their profile. So if I, for example, change the name here, and if I change the email address and do changes like this, I can save my profile and I have my updates here. However, if I refresh the page, of course the changes will be lost because it's just JavaScript Node.js. So there's no persistent component in this application. So in order to have that, which is actually how real life applications work, you'll know that you need to integrate the application with a database. So using that example, I will try to showcase you how you can actually use the Docker containers to make the development process easier by just pulling one of the databases and attaching it or connecting it to the application. So in this case, we're going to go with a MongoDB application. And in addition to MongoDB container, we're going to also deploy a MongoDB UI, which is its own container. It's called Mongo Express, where we can manage or see the database insights and updates from our application much easier. So now let's see how that all works. So in order to get started, let's go to Docker Hub and find our MongoDB image. Here, let's go to Mongo. And we have MongoDB here. Actually, let's end the Mongo Express, which is another Docker container that we're going to use for the UI. So first, let's pull the MongoDB official image. So I already have MongoDB latest, so pulling doesn't take longer on my laptop, but you're gonna need a couple of seconds probably. And the next one we're gonna pull is the Docker Express, which I also have, I believe. So let's see. Yes, it's also fast. So if I check locally, I have MongoDB and Mongo Express images. So the next step is to run both Mongo and Mongo Express containers in order to make the MongoDB database available for our application, and also to connect the Mongo Express with the MongoDB container. So let's do the connection between those two first. In order to do that, we have to understand another Docker concept, Docker network. So how it works is that Docker creates its...
We should use a Spring app to test the Docker. I have shared his face on Discord. जल्दी जल्दी में वही मिला. ओके, ये मेरे को चेक करना है. This is more important. आ गया. नहीं यार, seriously. Abhinav. Okay, video में सही से. We should use a Spring app to test the Docker. Yeah, I have this planned. So I have one Spring application open. I'll not use this one. This is a very big application. So I have one good application. Wait. इसको close नहीं करते. I'll open one URL shortener. So this is the application that I have. It has both the things, one is backend and one is front end. URL shortener में I have both front end and back end. Let me check. Documents, coding. Java learning, URL shortener. Yeah, I have both of these things. Why it's not showing? But I have front end and I have back end as well. So what I'll do, IntelliJ की ज़रूरत नहीं है. So let me open this terminal over here and AGY will open an anti-gravity. Oh, don't. Okay, I have to open an anti-gravity over here. Anti-gravity में it would be very easy. ओपन फॉर जस्ट अ मिनट. हम एक एप्लीकेशन डिसाइड कर लेते हैं किसको किस में क्या करना है एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड उसमें ही वी कैन कंटिन्यू. सो जावा लर्निंग URL shortener. So let's open this. Okay, so this is the application that we will run because it has a backend and it has a front end. So I have to run this. For to run this application, I have to run this application individually. But now, after the Dockerization and containerization, it would be an one app and just run that particular container, and this application would run. Okay, so we will keep an eye on this. So let's get this here and let's do. Okay, so what you guys are seeing, I shared this face. We should use a Spring Boot. या मैंने वही एप्लीकेशन खोला है. वीडियो में सही से दिखेगा. एक्चुअली हनी सिंह बोल सकते हैं, जस्ट पेक में हनी सिंह वाला लगा है, तो हाँ वो भी है मेरे पास, वो भी करेंगे.
It's isolated Docker network where the containers are running in. So when I deploy two containers in the same Docker network, in this case Mongo and Mongo Express, they can talk to each other using just the container name without localhost, port number, etc., just the container name because they're in the same network. And the applications that run outside of Docker, like our Node.js, which just runs from Node server, is going to connect to them from outside or from the host using localhost and the port number. So later, when we package our application into its own Docker image, what we're going to have is, again, a Docker network with MongoDB container, Mongo Express container, and we're going to have a Node.js application, which we wrote, including the index HTML and JavaScript for frontend in its own Docker container, and it's going to connect to the MongoDB. And the browser, which is running on the host, but outside the Docker network, is going to connect to our JavaScript application, again, using hostname and the port number. So Docker, by default, already provides some networks. So if we say Docker network ls, we can already see these auto-generated Docker networks. So we have 4 of them with different names and the drivers. We're not going to go into details here, but what we're going to do is create its own network for the MongoDB and the Mongo Express, and we're going to call it Mongo Network. So let's do this right away. I'm going to say Docker network create, and we are going to call it Mongo Network. So now if I do Docker network ls again, I see my Docker network has been created. So now in order to make our MongoDB container and the Mongo Express container run in this Mongo network, we have to provide this network option when we run the container in the Docker run command. So let's start with the Mongo. So we all know that Docker run is a command to start a container from an image, right? So we have Docker run Mongo, which is the basic Docker run.
So it is a network in which we have to run all the other containers, it seems. Let's see.
However, in this case, we want to specify a couple of things. As you learned from the previous videos, you have to specify something called port. So we need to open a port of MongoDB. The default port of MongoDB is 27017, so we'll take that port actually for both host and container. So Mongo will run at this port inside of a container, and we open the same port on the host. So that will take care of the port. Then we will run it in a detach mode. In addition to that, there are a couple of things that we can specify when starting up the container, and these are environmental variables of the MongoDB. Let's see, in the official image description, you actually have a couple of documentation about how to use the image, which is very helpful to kind of understand what kind of configuration you can apply to it. Here you see some environmental variables. So basically on startup, you can define what the root username and the password will be, which is very handy because we're going to need those two for the Express to connect to the Mongo. And you can also specify the init database.
Containers. I'm trying to connect the dots now. I hope you guys understood this.
We're just going to provide the username and password because we can create the database from the Mongo Express UI later. So let's do that. And the way you can specify the environmental variables, you can actually see here as well, is by just
Yeah, this part we did for MySQL.
Let's copy this one. So here you say environmental variable, that's what the minus E variable, which is default username, because we're gonna need the and network. To go one more time through them, it's going to start in detached mode. We are opening the port on the host, username and password that we want Mongo. This container is okay. So as we see, Mongo was started, and everything actually looks good. Waiting for connections on port 27017. Okay, so now let's start Mongo Express. We want Mongo Express to connect to the running MongoDB container on startup. And here we have an example of how to run it. And here we have a list of environmental variables that we can configure. So let's quickly look at them. Username, password, we don't need them. However, we need the admin username and admin password of the MongoDB. This is actually what we overrode with admin and password. So we're going to use them because Express will need some username password to authenticate with the MongoDB and to connect it. The port is by default the correct one, so we don't need to change that. And this is an important part. This is the MongoDB server, right? So basically, this is the container name that Express will use to connect to the Docker. And because they're running in the same network, only because of
Oh man, this is too much. क्या हुआ अथर्व?
that, this configuration will work. If I hadn't specified the network, then I could specify the correct name here of the container, but it wouldn't work. So with that said, let's actually create the Docker run command for Express as well. So let's clear the history and let's start. So again, we run in detached mode, and let's see what parameters we need. So first of all, port. Let's say what is the default port that Express runs on? That's 80.
We have to
81.
mention the ports
So
always.
we'll take that.
Okay.
So basically, it's going to run on our laptop on port 8081. The next option would be these two. And remember, environmental variables need to be specified with -e. And this is the username of MongoDB at Mongo. Here, yes, it's called this just to make sure Mongo Express is available as our own database. We can that Express or we just be based on Mongo password directly here. So then we connect to the database collection, which is like iQuery. This same thing, action. So update it and refresh. We see that a new and updated and refresh, we see that a new insert was made. So this is the update profile section here. So all this was executed, it connected to the MongoDB, and now we have one entry, which is email, coding, name that we changed. So if I'm gonna refresh it now, I fetched the newly inserted user data in the UI and I displayed it here. And also if you wanna see what the MongoDB container actually logs during this process, we can actually look at the logs. So I'm gonna say docker vs and log using the container ID. So let's say if I wanted to see just the last part of it because I wanted to see what the last activity was, I can also, let's clear this, and I can also do tail, so I can just display the last part of it. Or if I wanted, I could also string the logs. So I'll clear this again, and I'll say string the logs. So I won't have to do Docker logs all the time. So if I make a line here, for example, to mark the last logs, I can refresh it. Let's make some other changes. Let's change it to bones and save profile. So I'm gonna see some activity here as well. So these connections are new, and it also says received client metadata, and this is where the Node.js request comes in, with the Node.js and its version. And at the end of each communication, there is an end connection because we end the database connection at the end. So we see that. So with that, I have a fully functional JavaScript Node.js application per container. So this would be somehow a realistic example of how local development using Docker containers would look like. So in the last video, we created.
So you only solve problems on lead code, right? Yeah. I only solve problems on lead code. Tech World with Nana. Subscribe done. Hey, subscribe to my channel. I'm liking this video. You guys are not liking my stream, but I can like this video. So this is the Docker Compose now, and this is the primary stage for Dockerfile. Okay, so we are just one step away from writing our Dockerfile. So let's see what all things it will have. And just a minute, I'll be back. I'll be back. I take my coffee. And meanwhile, जिसने भी like नहीं किया, please do like the stream. यार, I really want to see 10 likes now. I'll be back in a minute. Nobody liked the stream. Okay, cheers. Okay, let's back to the video.
It and started two Docker containers, MongoDB and MongoExpress. And these are the commands that we used to make it happen.
I'm really feeling like this time all the dots for the Docker has been connected. Now I can think in the Docker perspective much more than earlier. So this is a nice progress. I think अगर thumbnail में वो right side में थोड़ा टेक्स्ट कम हो तो और सही लगेगा. काफ़ी ज़्यादा टेक्स्ट है. ओके, विजिबल नहीं होगा ज़्यादा एज लाइव. आई थिंक ओके ओके. राइट साइड में, लेफ्ट साइड में. यू मीन दिस टेक्स्ट क्या? Yeah, it is too much. I tried the normal. Oh, I saw a mistake. Okay, thanks for pointing that out. I'll fix this. मैंने एक AI एजेंट ही बना दिया अब thumbnails के लिए. I'll take this as input. Okay.
Happen, right? The first, we created a network where these two containers can talk to each other using just the container name, and no host, port, etc. is necessary for that. And then we actually ran two Docker run commands with all the options and environmental variables, etc. set. Now, this way of starting containers all the time is a little bit tedious, and you don't want to execute these run commands all the time on the command line terminal, especially if you have a bunch of Docker containers to run. You probably want to automate it or just make it a little bit easier. And there's a tool that makes running multiple Docker containers with all this configuration much easier than with Docker run commands, and that is Docker Compose. If you already know Docker Compose and you were wondering why is it useful and what it actually does, then bear with me. In the next slide, I'm going to explain that. So this is a Docker run command of the MongoDB that we executed previously. So basically, with Docker Compose file, what we can do is we can take the whole command with its configuration and map it into a file so that we have a structured commands. So if you have, let's say, 10 Docker containers that you want to run for your application and they all need to talk to each other and interact with each other, you can basically write all the run commands for each container in a structured way in a Docker Compose. And we'll see how that structure actually looks like. So on the right side in the Docker Compose example, the first two tags are always there, right? Version 3, that's the latest version of the Compose, Docker Compose, and then we have the services. This is where the container list goes. So the first one is MongoDB, and that maps actually to the container name, right? This is going to be a part of container name when Docker creates a container out of this configuration blueprint. The next one is actually the image, right? So we need to know which image that container is going to be built from. And of course, you can specify a version tag here next to the name. The next one is port. So we can also specify which ports is going to open. First one is on the host, and the second one after the colon is on the container. So the port mapping is there. And of course, the environmental variables can be also mapped in the Docker Compose. And this is how actually the structure of Docker Compose looks like for one specific command. Let's actually see the second container command for MongoExpress that we executed and how to map that. So now again, we have a Docker run command for MongoExpress, and let's see how we can map it into a Docker Compose. So as I said, services will list the containers that we want to create. And again, names, MongoExpress will map to the container name. The next one will be the image. Again, you can add a tag here if you want to be have a specific one.
Spring Boot live text maybe थोड़ा और bigger and stream starting text remove maybe. Okay, yeah.
Then you have the
I'm working on that simultaneously.
ports 80 to 8080. And then you have all the environmental variables again under the attribute environment. And this is how the Docker Compose will look like. So basically, Docker Compose is just a structured way to contain very normal common Docker commands. And of course, it's going to be easier for you to edit the file if you Docker. This one we have constructed here in print. This is will based Docker can prevent that. We're wondering why is it useful and what it actually does. Then bear with me. In the next slide, I'm going to explain that. So this is a Docker run command of the MongoDB that we executed previously. So basically, with Docker Compose file, what we can do is we can take the whole command with its configuration and map it into a file so that we have a structured commands. So if you have, let's say, 10 Docker containers that you want to run for your application and they all need to talk to each other and interact with each other, you can basically write all the run commands for each container in a structured way in the Docker Compose. And we'll see how that structure actually looks like. So on the right side in the Docker Compose example, the first two tags are always there, right? Version 3, that's the latest version of the Compose, Docker Compose, and then we have the services. This is where the container list goes. So the first one is MongoDB, and that maps actually to the container name.
अभी अभी चेक करना अथर्व, थंबनेल अभी चेक करना रिफ्रेश करके। स्प्रिंग बूट लाइव टेक्स्ट, हाँ ये मैंने कर दिया, अभी चेक कर लेना एक बार। ये सब कोड मोंगो में लिख रहा होता, सिर्फ मोंगो पुश पूछ रहा, नॉट डॉकर। क्या ये सब कोड मोंगो में लिखना होता है? नहीं 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 नहीं, मोंगो इज अ डेटाबेस, इज अ नो एसक्यूएल डेटाबेस। शी इज ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट अ, क्या बोलते हैं, नोड जेएस, नोड एक्सप्रेस सर्वर, and for that she is using a mongo as a database, so that's why she used these services. So mongodb, and then initialized this database, and after that she will also add the express wale commands as well.
Right, this is going to be a part of container name when Docker creates a container out of this configuration blueprint.
Version, why
Next,
version 3? I
when
didn't
MongoDB, Docker are always in a struct to each other. So configure MongoDB. In the next slide, I'm going to explain that. So this is a Docker run command of the MongoDB that we executed previously. So basically, with Docker compose file, what we can do is we can take the whole command with its configuration and map it into a file so that we have a structured commands. So if you have, let's say, 10 Docker containers that you want to run for your application and they all need to talk to each other and interact with each other, you
nahi, she is writing this for mongo only, this docker compose file. What this docker compose file will do, it will pull the image of mongodb, you know, it will pull the image of mongodb, and it will add all these root password like configuration, like what all the ports, like host port and the tcp port, which ports are required, then it will add the username and it will add the password, and then it will add the network, and then it is done. So this is what a compose file is doing. She is making things hard, just like her voice. नहीं, मैं सिंप्लीफाई कर दूंगा, मैं ये कर दूंगा व्हेन आई राइट माई डॉकर फाइल, क्योंकि मेरे को चीज़ें सिंपल ही पसंद समझ में आती है, तो मैं सिंपल बना के ही आई एक्सप्लेन। भैया मुझे आप चैट जीपीटी से सीखने को कह रहे थे, आप यूट्यूब चैनल पे ट्यूटोरियल देख रहे हो? हाँ। चैट जीपीटी से ही सीख रहा था भाई, चैट जीपीटी ने मेरे को ये वीडियो सजेस्ट किया है ब्रो। सही पकड़े हो, लेकिन मैं दिखाता हूँ। सी, मैंने चैट जीपीटी से ही चालू किया कि मेरे को सीखना है भाई, मेरे को रिसोर्स बता अच्छे क्या रिसोर्सेस है, एंड ऑल दिस कमांड्स इट गेव, एंड देन इट गेव मी वीडियो, कहाँ गया? सी, डॉकर गेट स्टार्टेड, सो दिस इज द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इट गेव। सो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन ही पढ़ रहे थे क्या है डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में। आफ्टरवर्ड्स इट गेव मी दिस वीडियो जो हम अभी देख रहे हैं। तो आई एम ऑन द चैट जीपीटी, तो टेक्निकली आई एम फॉलोइंग द चैट जीपीटी ब्रो। हिपोक्रेसी। हिपोक्रेसी। आपको थंबनेल कैसा लग रहा है अब? मतलब ये मोंगो स्निपेट नहीं है, बस ये पूछ रहा था। मेरे को अभी जो तुमने चीज़ बोली वही मैंने उसमें अपडेट किया है, बाकी कुछ नहीं किया मैंने। ठीक है, ठीक है, मतलब चल जाएगा। आई एम नॉट अ थंबनेल डिज़ाइनर, तो उस हिसाब से तो अच्छा ही है। आप लोगों को कैसा लगा ये ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। पार्थ भाई, किसान ने देश को अनाज दिया है। लेट्स कंटिन्यू,
you
मज़ा आ
can
रहा है अभी।
basically write all the run commands for each container in a structured way in the Docker Compose, and we'll see how that structure.
भैया मुझे तो चैट जीपीटी सिखा रहा है, सही लग रहा है। अभी तक तो यही तो मैं बताना चाह रहा था। दुर्गेश भाई इज गुड व्हेन इट कम्स टू डेवऑप्स। एक एंड पॉइंट बनाया है, ओ नाइस, दिखाओ। Yeah, true, true. Atharva.
actually looks like. So on the right side in the Docker Compose example, the first
Let me
two
finish
tags
this
are
part.
always there, right? Version 3, that's the latest version of the Compose, Docker Compose, and then we have the services. This is where the container list goes. So the first one is MongoDB, and that maps actually to the container name, right? This is going to be a part of container name when Docker creates a container out of this configuration blueprint. The next one is actually the image, right? So we need to know which image that container is going to be built from. And of course, you can specify a version tag here next to the name. The next one is port. So we can also specify which ports is going to open. First one is on the host, and the second one after the colon is on the container. So the port mapping is there.
So guys, if you are missing out on something, let me tell you, this right side wala file is our actual goal to write. Okay, this file, whatever she is writing here, is the actual goal of our complete stream of today. So this is what we will build for our project.
And of course, the environmental variables can be also mapped in the Docker Compose. And this is how actually the structure of Docker Compose looks like for one specific command. Let's actually see the second container command for Mongo Express that we executed and how to map that. So now again, we have a Docker run command for Mongo Express, and let's see how we can map it into a Docker Compose. So as I said, services will list the containers that we want to create. And again, names, Mongo Express will map to the container name. The next one will be the image. Again, you can add a tag here if you want to be have a specific one. Then you have the ports, 80 to 8080. And then you have all the environmental variables, again, under the attribute environment. And this is how the Docker Compose will look like. So basically, Docker Compose is just a structured way to contain very normal common Docker commands. And of course, it's going to be easier for you to edit the file if you want to change some variables, or if you want to change the ports, or if you want to add some new options to the run command, so to say. And maybe you already noticed the network configuration is not there in the Docker Compose. So this Mongo network that we created, we don't have to do it in the Docker Compose. If we go to the next slide, because we have the same concept here, we have containers that will talk to each other using just the container name. So what Docker Compose will do is actually take care of creating a common network for these containers. So we don't have to create the network and specify in which network these containers will run in. And we're going to see that in action right away. So let's actually create a Docker Compose file. So I'm going to paste all my contents here, and this is exactly what.
Okay, so we are at the end game now. So this is what we will try to build for ourselves. We have two applications, one is front end and one is back end. So I'm thinking at least we'll build for only one for now, and then we'll try to think of combining both of them. So front end is nice, so we can have the front end for now. Back end spring boot हम बाद में करते हैं. ठीक है? So let's see how this docker file goes, and let me come to the चैट. एक एंड पॉइंट बनाया, हाँ दिखाओ क्या एंड पॉइंट बनाया. आई रियली वांट टू सी बिकॉज यू got motivated from the lecture that I gave you. So I want to see you if you are on a right path. करते रहने एक्सपेरिमेंट, एक दिन सीख जाएंगे. यस. बस उस पर रेस्ट डॉट सेंड माई बैकएंड इज रनिंग. हाँ, which is nice. No, तुम्हें अभी end to end by adding this simple API you got an understanding of how end to end flow is working now. मुझे कोई बोल दे चेंज करने तो मैं ना समझने की एक्टिंग स्टार्ट कर दूं. नहीं, आई डू चेंज इट. आई टेक फीडबैक्स वेरी सीरियसली. 10 लाइक्स गोल हो गए आपका. थैंक यू सो मच गाइज. पोल अपडेट कर देते हैं. यस, इफ यू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, वेलकम टू द कम्युनिटी ऑफ मैन. इफ नॉट, डोंट डू दिस थिंग्स, जस्ट डू इट. द हेल्थ राउट. या या. No, don't. I'll not update the poll. I don't want to be greedy. 10 is fine. I'll give you what the goal was decided. So let's start the final part now.
What we saw on the slides. And I'm gonna save it as a Mongo YAML. And we see the highlighting as well. Be very aware of the indentation. They have to be correct. So this is a list of all the containers on the same level, and then each container has its configuration inside that. So now, compared to Docker run commands, it will be very easy for me to go here and change these environment variables or add some new configuration options, etc. So here again for demonstration, we actually save the Docker Compose in the code. So it's part of the application code. So now that we have a Docker Compose file, the question is, how do I use it? Or how do I start the containers using that? So let's go to the command line and start Docker containers using this Docker Compose file. So the way to use it is using Docker Compose command. Now, if you've installed Docker on your laptop, it usually gets installed with
Okay.
the Docker Compose
Okay,
packaged in.
okay. So let's come to the project. So I was talking about front end. Let's skip the front end. Back end ही सही रहेगा. Back end में because we have database and all, and we can actually call the APIs. You know. So in this backend application, we actually need a Docker Compose file. So what should be the correct file place? So maybe this, and I can have Docker Compose dot YML file. It's an YML file. Okay, so in this one, the first thing is like version, and version is 3. Okay, and after this, अपने को क्या चाहिए?
Inside. So you should have both Docker.
How this is working, the backend application. That's what we have to understand, I guess. This is the most awaited part now. You follow biotech? No, bro. उसमें क्या? So yeah, we are on the right. We are at the end part. अभी अपने को जो भी हमने सीखा है, whatever we have learned till now, we have to implement now. So I'll tell you how this backend application works right now. So right now, so we have this backend setup in IntelliJ, and in this one I just go over here and I click on this run app. It runs the app for me, the backend application, and the server starts. It also connected the JDBC. It used the JDBC MySQL connector to connect with the MySQL database, which is I have locally installed, the MySQL workbench that I have. So what will happen? This database would switch into the Docker now, Docker container. So we have to create a Docker container. I have created a Docker container of MySQL, and then I need to create the Java Spring Boot all these things and map all of them in the network as it seems. I guess I'm correct over here. So let's see now. Mm, let's
and
see
Docker
what she's
Compose
doing.
commands installed as.
So let me open the Postman once, and in the Postman I can show you these APIs are working.
the package. So Docker Compose command takes an argument, which is the file. So I'm going to specify which file I want to execute. And in my case, it's called Mongo YAML. And at the end, I want to say what I want to do with this file. In this case, the command is up, which will start all the containers which are in the Mongo YAML. So let's actually check before that there are no containers running. So I don't have anything running here. And I'm going to start those 2 containers. Okay, so there are a couple of interesting things here in this output. So let's scroll all the way up. So we've talked about Docker network and how we created our own network at the beginning to run the containers inside. And I said that Docker Compose takes care of it. And here we see the output where it actually created.
So I guess in the application, I have the application dot properties. In the src, if I go to main and then the resources, if I open this application properties, I have this things. The username is root and the password is this. So I have to create a MongoDB बोल रहा हूँ. I have to create a Docker container with the MySQL image and assign this as username and password, so that I don't have to change this. application.properties, and then it can access from that, but this localhost URL would change. uh, so if I open a terminal over here directly, and if I do docker ps, so there is this up 56 minutes ago, this there is no TCP assigned. So what we will do, we will use this same image, so docker stop will stop this particular container, and this is stop, and then docker ps hyphen a. There are these commands, sorry, there is this MySQL. So I only need this image, but with the newer configuration. So what we did, so docker run, क्या किया था, हाइफन डी, रूट पासवर्ड, क्या कमांड था वो, docker run, yeah. So docker run name is what we want. Name हम क्या देंगे, name we will name it as url shortener db, url shortener db, ठीक है. MySQL root password is this password, Rohit. Okay, and the host port is 3306. It would not allow us to run anything on 3306 because 3306 is already consumed by MySQL. So 3307 and 3306, and image name is MySQL. So let's run this, and it started. So docker ps, there is this TCP. Acha, TCP is connected 3306 to 3307 to 3306. Okay, so I can go and check in this one. So कैसे check करते हैं उसके लिए, docker execute in integration terminal and container ID or name, whatever. So I can go over here. Acha, bin/bash. Okay, and now show databases. No show databases. I have to log in. Let me check. MySQL hyphen u, user is root, hyphen p, password, and password is this. Error, access denied for this. So password is wrong. Password. Okay, now I understood. So I have to change these things now. This will stay the same. This will change. Now the URL is this, but what's the URL for this docker now? Because if I run the application again right now, it won't have any tables. So show tables, there are no tables, no database detected. Okay, show databases. So our database is not in there, so we have to change. Let me ask this question to ChatGPT: how to get this URL from the docker. The key thing is to understand that docker does not generate JDBC URL. You construct it based on where your Spring Boot application is running. Let's look at the different scenarios. Spring Boot runs on your Mac. Outside Docker, if MySQL is inside, uh, Spring data source URL JDBC MySQL localhost. Your JDBC URL. This is exactly what you have. Scenario Spring Boot is also uh, right now. I just created MySQL container and added the properties similar to my app, so that when I start the application which is outside of the container, outside of the Docker, uh, should only use the Docker database, so that our tables would create inside this Docker. Yes, that's actually great first exercise. You are following the same progression I would recommend. Yeah, ज्ञान मत दे भाई, बस बता तू क्या करना है. I'll start the container and then Docker execute. I only want this updated for Docker DB now. एक second. It fuck. Guys, please do like the stream है जिसने like नहीं किया है तो. अच्छा, it says Spring Boot property is currently correct. So let me just run the application now. Okay, so there is I need to open one more terminal. So new terminal. Can we do this? Okay, so I don't need AI, and let's see Docker PS. There is this running. So if I start the application now, uh, क्या होता है मेवन. अरे ये एप्लीकेशन रन करने के लिए कमांड क्या होता है? Command to run the Java app. mvn clean start ही होता है ना? cd backend. Now mvn clean start. Oh, cd URL shortener. Cd. Yeah, now it's fine. Maven clean install. Why? I can go back. The command is mvn, not maven. Okay. Oh, sorry. Mvn clean install. Okay, it's starting and it should show this databases. Currently we have only this database. Oh, sorry, it failed. URL shortener application context illegal, failed to load application context. Okay, it failed to load this Spring Boot build failure. Uh, individual test results. क्या फेल हुआ exactly? URL shortener text context reload. Mm, unknown database URL shortener db. Okay, okay, there is no database. It will not create a database on itself. So let me create the database first, and let's see if it can connect the Docker database, Docker container. So create db URL shortener db. Error, you have error syntax. Acha, it's a database. Create database. Okay, and now show databases. Okay, now it should not give us this error. Let me clear this terminal and let me start this mvn. Oh, not clean install, yeah. mvn clean start ही कमांड है ना, क्या कमांड था? Command to start the build. क्या होता है यार कमांड? mvn build, mvn start. Without AI. वही तो. अरे, AI is, I'm using AI to learn but not to write this. Of course, ये फाइल समझ में आना, लेकिन ये क्यों ऐसे हो रहा है? लेट फक दिस, आई कैन. अच्छा, बिकॉज इट्स एप्लीकेशन इज रनिंग ओवर हियर. ओके, सो लेट मी डू दिस. What it's running? Okay, it ran the application now, and use URL shortener db. Thorfinn, hello Thorfinn, welcome to the stream, buddy. Long time no see. uh Show tables, it would not have show tables. Okay, but I can hit the URL now. So 8080 is the port, and let me hit the URL. uh Migrations, it failed. Remove half completed changes, then to fix the schema. There are migrations present in this one. So src main java db migrations. If I delete these migrations, yeah, I don't want migrations. Without migrations, I'm back. I was talking with the ChatGPT fixing LinkedIn profile. स्ट्रीम चल रही थी फिर भी मिनिमाइज में. ओके ओके. भैया प्रणाम, क्या होता है? भाई पैरम्स क्या होता है? मैंने प्रणाम पढ़ के ये पढ़ा. भाई पैरम्स इज द पैरामीटर दैट यू पास टू एनी फंक्शन. पैरामीटर्स कोई सिंपल में. अरे लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को. यू गाइस आर नॉट लाइकिंग द स्ट्रीम, आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाई. Mm, Error creating entity manager factory defined entity manager factory. So this is not the problem. The problem is it's not allowing me to create the database, create the tables in the Docker now. So we need to fix this first. So what is this issue? uh अच्छा, तभी जावास्क्रिप्ट लीड कोड में पैरम लिखा आता है, हाँ। नाइस क्वेश्चन पार्थ भाई। यस। अरे ये लीड कोड का नाम मत ही लो यार। आज का कंटेस्ट दिया क्या? नहीं भाई, कंटेस्ट वंटेस्ट नहीं दे रहे हम। भैया मुझे बेसिक जावास्क्रिप्ट नहीं आती चैट जीपीटी से। तब तब भी ये अपना बुक मैनेजमेंट वाला प्रोजेक्ट बना लो। हाँ हाँ, बना लो भाई। प्रोजेक्ट बना लो, उसके बाद अपने आप पता चल जाएगा क्या क्या की चीज़ें क्या है, किसको क्या बोलते हैं। कोई ना थॉरफिन भाई, कभी कभी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होने में नेक्स्ट डे जाना पड़ता है। यूट्यूब से देखकर तो कभी नहीं आने वाली मुझे जेस। आ जाएगी दोस्त। डोंट टॉक नेगेटिव। एंड प्लीज डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम यार, कम ऑन यार, कम ऑन मैन। Spring Boot is connected to Docker, but username password are correct. Database exists. The required table URLs does not exist. So Docker setup is working. The schema missing table URLs. Hibernate is saying I connected MySQL successfully, but I expect the table URLs and I couldn't find it. Why? Most likely you have auto update. Validate means do not create table. Just check whether they already exist. Since your Docker MySQL is fresh, it contain verify. Okay, okay, okay. So connect to your Docker. Uh, Create or update. So yeah, this part I forgot. So here in the resources application properties we have, कहाँ गया? This is validated, it should be update. Okay, and now if I go here and now what, migrations have failed, so let me delete the migrations for now and let me, okay, it worked, it created the tables. Yeah, good news, good news, good news. Now show tables in the Docker. This is the Docker terminal and we have the URLs now. So select star from URL, there wouldn't be anything now, empty. So let me go to the postman and hit the URL now. It will work. URL shortened successfully. Okay. So right now we connected the database, which is the first step. Okay. So this is working. So we need to add the same command which we use to create this uh, particular container. So we need to convert that to Docker compose file. कहाँ गया वो command अपना? Macbook url bin bash. Before this there was a command. This command. So we need to convert this command like she converted to. Okay. So how to convert this command now? That is the question. We are humans. Contest देना is super important, else you are nowhere in the interview. Okay, okay. एक डिस्प्ले में लगा सकते हैं क्या कस्टम में आपका वीडियो ट्रांसपेरेंट स्ट्रीम के बीच बीच में हर 20 मिनट में लाइक के लिए? हाँ. नाइस आइडिया. वो अपना एआई होस्ट चल जाएगा ना, इट विल डू सो मेनी थिंग्स फॉर मी. आई एम जस्ट बिल्डिंग इट, कल तक उसका ये खत्म हो गया था. आई बिल्ड दिस. आई हैव सम रेट लिमिटेड 3000 liters. Still it's not hitting through the cache. So I have to fix this part, and then after that I'll let it you guys to hit that through the chat. So whatever the questions you ask, it will reply for you through this YouTube API. I have some limitations on this, but I'll figure it out. Okay. So एक तो task हो गया अपना आज का MySQL का. Now we have to connect this MySQL to no, MySQL is here, but now next step would be to bring the application inside the Docker. We just brought the database to the Docker. We need to bring the application to the Docker. चावल चावल दो हो जाएगा. चावल दो हो जाएगा क्या? थॉरफिन रवि, क्या हो गया भाई? यार रवि, तुमने लाइक नहीं किया है. आई एम सीइंग दिस. आई कैन नाउ सी हु इज लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड हु हैवंट लाइक द स्ट्रीम. आई कैन सी द लिस्ट ऑफ पीपल थ्रू दिस API. Ravi, bro, please like the stream. So back to the video. कहाँ गया ये video? Yes.
A network called MyAppDefault. This is the name of the network, and it's gonna run those two containers. These are actually the names of the containers that Docker Compose created. This is what we specified, and it just added prefix and suffix to it, and it created those two containers in that network. So if I actually go here and do docker network ls, I see the MyAppDefault is here. So that's one important thing. Another one is that logs of both containers actually mixed, because we are starting both at the same time. As you see, the Mongo Express has to wait for MongoDB to start because it needs to establish a connection. So we here see the logs. So MongoDB is starting. We still get connection refused because it's not started completely. And somewhere here, when MongoDB is started and listening for connections, Mongo Express is able to connect to it. So this is something that you can also do with Docker Compose. When you have two containers where one depends on another one starting, you can actually configure this waiting logic in the Docker Compose. Okay, so now let's see actually that the Docker...
To write this, I do remember this. She used services, and in this one, what is the name? Maybe port. No, services में क्या लिखा था? -p something. Let me see Dockerfile examples. Dockerfile examples for MySQL image. Not like this. Okay, पहले नाम देना था ना. In the video somewhere yeah. So here, container name, services and container name.
When Docker creates a container out of this configuration.
Okay, so what is our container name is this URL shortener DB. So we need this. Okay, container name, and then
blueprint. The next one is actually the image, right? So we need to know which image that container is going to be built from.
Okay, so we need to have the image now, and image name is MySQL. So is it correct? MySQL. This is the image. Yeah, MySQL is correct. And then next
And of
is
course, you can specify a version tag here next to the name. The next one is port.
कॉफी का क्या हुआ? कॉफी है भाई, चल रहा है, ठंडी हो गई कॉफी। कॉफी है, कॉफी की वजह से तो
So we
चल
can
रहा है
also
अभी 1:30
specify
बजे
which
भी।
ports is going to open. First one is on the host, and the second one after the colon is on the container.
So image Mongo and then ports. So ports is 3307, the host port, and the Docker port is 3306. Okay,
So the port mapping is there, and
and
of
then
course the
environment.
environmental variables can be also mapped in the Docker Compose.
Okay, now time for the environment variables. So environment, yeah, environment, and then MySQL root password is Rohit. Then MySQL और क्या है इसके लिए? MySQL root password is this. अच्छा, only password that we have provided. Okay, so nothing else we will provide. And then
And this is how actually the structure of Docker Compose looks like for one specific command. Let's actually see the second container command for Mongo Express that we executed and how to map that. So now again, we have a Docker run command for
okay, this part is okay. This part is fine. So maybe can I run this as Docker Compose? Docker Compose. Docker Compose file name. अच्छा, it's not right. Let me see the messages. चावल दो हो जाएगा। स्ट्रीम कंटेस्ट थे आज, याद नहीं आया, रजिस्टर करा था। स्ट्रीम में कुछ मैसेज छुप जा रहे, नहीं कन्वर्ट। आई कैन सी ऑल द मैसेजेस। कॉफ़ी JWT और प्रोजेक्ट पे तो बड़ा टाइम लगा, अभी देखा। हाँ हाँ, वो 10 दिन का प्रोजेक्ट था यार। हाउ आर यू? हे, हाउ आर यू डूइंग ब्रो? आई एम डूइंग ग्रेट ब्रो, हाउ आर यू? एडो एडोनिस, हाउ आर यू बडी? Like the stream, Yaro. We are near the 15 likes. Yeah. Hello, Tejas. Tejas, bro. Hello, hello. Tejas बोर से hello. How are you? Bro, थोड़ा intro दे दो. Project का intro या मेरा intro? अरे भाई, सब में बेहोश हो गया था। मरने से पहले सोने चला जाता। दोनों। Bro, for my intro, you can have look at the LinkedIn later. I'll just give you the URL and this project. I'll tell you about the project. The project is not important right now. The current focus of the stream is to build the Docker Compose file. The Docker Compose file, and we learned some concepts about the Docker, what is Docker, and everything about Docker, how to run that in terminals, and how to create our own containers using images, how to pull the images. So I had this old application. You have to just look at only a backend. There is a backend and there is a front end. Backend is in the Spring Boot, front end is in the React. So what I will do currently, you can see this API has been hit through the actual application. Application is being running, and I have migrated the database from actual database to this क्या बोलते हैं, Docker database. So this is the Docker database. You can see in this terminal, you can see the Docker MySQL is running. So one step is done. Now the second step is to bring my complete project into the Docker, like the backend application, so that the URL which I'm hitting through the Postman should be the URL of the Docker container. Correct. So that means our project will run inside the Docker container, and from there we will hit the URL, and the application will call the database from the Docker itself. So that is the point, whole agenda over here. So the goal was to learn how to write the Docker compose files without taking help of AI. एक दो बार हम लिख लेंगे, उसके बाद हमें पता चल जाएगा कि कैसे लिखते हैं क्या नहीं. आ यश भाई आदमी है. बढ़िया भाई तेजस. यस, यश भाई प्रो आदमी. हाँ यश एकदम प्रो है भाई. हेडफोन लगाकर पढ़ते पढ़ते सो गए. अरे सो जाओ भाई यश, सो जाओ, लेट हो गया है गाइस. मैं सैटरडे इसलिए बैठा हूँ क्योंकि डेली मैं भी इतने देर नहीं बैठ सकता हूँ, लेकिन टुडे इज सैटरडे, टुमारो संडे, सो लेट जिम जा सकता हूँ कल मैं. यू अंडरस्टूड? एडोनिस, व्हाट्स योर नेम बड़ी? Kids will not understand the level on which Yash bhai. Yeah, really, Yash is on really on next level. Guys, don't forget to like the stream again. Not again, like जिसने like किया वो like ना करे फिर से. Uh, so how to run Docker compose file from the application? How to run Docker compose file from the application. मैं तो कल 4 बजे सोया था बस. बाप रे बाप. मेरे को बहुत ही सीरियस ऑडियंस मिल रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है सब लोग पढ़ाई करने में इंटरेस्टेड है. डॉकर कंपोज अप. Is this file in the root? So let me clear this and let me uh, the file does not present at the root level. Yeah, move. So let me do ls. Yeah, there is a docker compose, so I have to just do docker compose. No. आंखों के नीचे यू चश्मा चढ़ा के. uh, file name is this. Docker compose up is the command. Docker compose up. Okay, it ran something, but let's see, it failed out on some things. Uh Ports must be an array. Acha, it must be an array. Like this. Is it? Let's try. Uh Ports must be an array. What is this error? This error telling incorrect collect. This is also collect. Ports. Isn't this correct? Acha. It means array in YML file. Oh. भैया. Okay. Okay, it worked. The first step worked. आज जल्दी सो जाऊंगा 3 बजे तक बस. प्लीज नहीं. कब स्ट्रीम खोलने के बाद 1 1:30 बज गया, पता नहीं कब स्ट्रीम खोलने के बाद 1 1:30 बज गया। मैं हूँ ही इतना एंटरटेनिंग ब्रो। समय चलता गया, कारवा बनता गया यारो। वी नीड यश हियर। अच्छा यश, आई मिस सम मैसेजेस किड्स। भाई about me, I'm going to second year from this August. I have done Pern stack. Okay. Currently making a full stack project. I have been building this since 16 days, like learning while building. Yeah, this is the right approach. Learning while building. This is the correct approach to build. The sun's यही मेरे को चाहिए था. The sun shines more. The sun shines more brightly, so the moon can reflect brighter warmth on your soul tonight. Good night, everyone. Good night, Yash. आज जल्दी सो जाऊंगा 3 बजे तक, पता नहीं कब. यस, you should open Docker number before running this. Like even I do Docker compose up -d. You should open Docker number before running. एक ही है मेरे पास, एक ही रनिंग है, इसलिए मैंने नहीं देखा. सी, मैंने बाकी सब बंद कर दिया है. Only one image, one container is running. भैया आपने प्रोजेक्ट का डिज़ाइन कैसे बनाओ, ये कैसे डिसाइड करूँ क्या क्या राउट्स बनाने हैं वेबसाइट में. चार्ट जीपीटी तो पता नहीं क्या दे रहा है. करंटली पाथ, यू ओनली बिल्ड वन राउट विच इज़ द होम path, and on that path you call your API, whatever the API that you have called, and try to show that API as it is without any UI. Just do this first and then you think about other routes and all. Just home page, just build home page which is slash. No, no, not at all like slash home or something. Just slash means home, and on that home page call your API. सफर के मायने है अनंत, तो बस एक पल, बाप रे, पल होगा. बाप रे, सब लोग शायर बन जाते हैं रात को 1 बजे के बाद, मैं ये नोटिस कर रहा हूँ. भैया वो तो कर दिया. ओके. तुम कौन सा मैनेजमेंट बना रहे हो? लाइब्रेरी मैनेजमेंट, स्टूडेंट मैनेजमेंट, क्या बना रहे हो तुम? अब डिजाइनिंग कैसे करूँ? अच्छा, लाइब्रेरी मैनेजमेंट. उसको बोलो एकदम एलएलडी करना होता है, एकदम बेसिक बेसिक सा डिजाइन बना के दो, बेसिक्स राउट्स. लाइब्रेरी मैनेजमेंट में कौन कौन से राउट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है वो चेक कर लो, एंड आफ्टर दैट यू कैन बिल्ड दिस. सी आई सी डी यूट्यूब पे क्या बात है, अलग लेवल के लोग हैं. यस, उसको मैं करता हूँ. अथर्व, आई आई ऑल्सो फील दैट प्रोजेक्ट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आई फिनिश दैट प्रोजेक्ट एज वेल. So this part is done. Now I have to actually bring this project to the Docker. So let me see how she
Mongo
did
Express,
this.
and let's see how we can map it into a Docker compose. So as I said, services will list the
हाँ, एक डिजाइन बनवा लो और उसको सिंप्लीफाई करो. और
containers that we want to create, and again, names. Mongo Express will map to the container name. The next one will be the image. Again, you can add a tag here if you want to be have a specific
yes,
one. Then you have the ports 80 to 8080, and then
this part is done. This part.
because we don't have to do it in a Docker compose, which is not there in the
Acha. We actually need to pull one more image for the Java Spring Boot now. So where is this Docker hub? And यहाँ पे we need an image called Java Spring Boot. का है क्या image? Java Spring Boot. अच्छा, we need Java. So now we actually need to pull. Okay, मैं समझ गया. I actually need to pull the Java का image. Let me draw that. So Docker pull Java 21 image. Okay, copy our files into this container, and after that mvn clean build, and then mvn क्या था कमांड, क्लीन स्टार्ट, जो भी कमांड है वो. सो दिस थिंग्स वी नीड. चैट जीपीटी से थोड़ा और थोड़ा अपना इनपुट. यस, यू गोइंग टू एंड. नहीं, अभी मैं इतना कर लेता हूँ ना, जावा का इमेज पुल करके मैं कर लेता हूँ. यू कैन स्लीप ब्रो. अथर्व, डोंट डोंट चेंज योर स्लीप साइकिल. भैया आप मेंटर चैट जीपीटी एजुकेटर. या आई कैन डू दैट. आई कैन बी द मेंटर, बस ज़्यादा ज्ञान मत मांगो मेरे से. ज़्यादा है ही नहीं मेरे पास, मैं क्या दूँ ज्ञान. हाँ हाँ हाँ, जाओ जाओ जाओ. अथर्व, टेक अ, यू कैन टेक अ लीव ब्रो. थैंक्स फॉर दिस. स्ट्रिंग पे आना है. या, यस. Now I really want to pull the Java ka image here. So which image I can ask? Which images I have to pull for Java? Uh, I'll need to pull images for Java and Spring Boot now to bring my application inside the Docker. Adios. बीच बीच में आप प्रैक्टिकल हेल्प कर सकते हो. यस यस यस, मैं कभी भी हेल्प कर सकता हूँ ब्रो, जो मेरे को पता है. नाउ यू आर इन द बिगिनिंग लेवल, सो आई कैन रियली हेल्प यू इन एनी aspect. That's not an issue. You don't pull a Spring Boot image, you pull a Java runtime image. Okay, you build your own image that contains your Spring Boot application. Yeah. Java image, MySQL image, Nginx image, Ubuntu image, your laptop, your Spring Boot project. Docker Hub doesn't know your application. You can create an image for it. Acha. So I have to build this first. So clear, and when clean package, it will give me a jar file. Okay. It gave me a jar file. Uh, target URL shortener target. Okay, target में URL shortener target and this jar file, jar original. So this file we want to move. Okay, okay, I understood. Because the Docker will not know ki what is my project is. I have to just give the jar file. So from and work directory, these commands did she taught us? Did she?
Docker compose. So this mongonet. So let's actually check before that there are no containers running. So I don't have anything running here, and I'm gonna start those two containers.
Guys, like कर देना stream को. Whoever is watching, please do like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream.
Okay, so there are a couple of interesting things here in this output. So let's scroll all the way up. So we've talked about Docker network and how we created our own network at the beginning to run the containers inside. And I said that
We haven't yet created any
and here we see
network.
the output where it actually created a network called my app default. This is the name of the network, and it's gonna run those two containers. These are actually the names of the containers that Docker Compose created. This is what we specified, and it just added prefix and suffix to it, and it created those two containers in that network. So if I actually go here and do docker network ls, I see the my app default is here. So that's one important thing. Another one is that logs of both containers actually mixed, because we're starting both at the same time. As you see, the Mongo Express has to wait
I'm still here.
for
Atharva,
MongoDB to start, because it needs to
you are
establish a
funny, bro.
connection. So we here see the logs. So MongoDB is starting. We still get connection refused
You are funny, bro, Atharva.
because it's not started completely. And somewhere here, when MongoDB is started and listening for connections, Mongo Express is able to connect to it. So this is something that you can also do with Docker Compose. When you have two containers that where one depends on another one starting, you can actually configure this waiting logic in the Docker Compose. Okay, so now let's see actually that the Docker containers are running. So we have both of them. Here you see the container names that Docker Compose
Yeah, she
gave
used
them.
from and
one
all
thing
over
here
here.
to note is that the
This
configure
part
connection
I
was
don't
just
care
running
now.
on 8080, gone. When you restart the container, everything that you configured in that container's application is gone itself. Of course, that is very inconvenient. You want to have some volumes. That makes it possible to have persistency between the container restarts. Okay, so let's inside the database we have
वो लड़की बोल रही थी, आर यू बुकवर्म, आप मजाक नहीं करते? तुम्हें बोल रही थी क्या?
actually user
What did you reply, bro, then?
collection. Let's create that one as well, and that is empty. Now let's actually start our application. And there you go. So now if I were to modify this one here and update, I should see the updated entry here. So the connectivity with MongoDB works. So now what do I do if I want to stop?
मैंने पढ़ लिया भाई. अथर्व. पढ़ लिया ब्रो, पढ़ लिया.
Those containers.
पकड़ लिया.
Of course, I could go there and say docker stop, and I can provide all the IDs as we did previously, or with Docker Compose, it's actually easier. I can do Docker Compose again, specify the file, and instead of up, I'm gonna say down. And that will go through all the containers and shut them all. And in addition to removing the containers or stopping them removing the containers, it also removes the network. So the next time we restart it, it's gonna recreate. So let's actually check that. Docker network ls, that default, my app default network is gone. And
GG.
when I do up, see, it gets recreated. That should give you a good idea of what Docker Compose is and how to use it. The next, we're gonna build our own Docker image from our Node.js JavaScript application.
Yeah, this is the most important part now, because we are stuck at one step, because we don't know from and to command. So I hope she will teach us that.
So now let's consider a following scenario. You have developed an application feature, you have tested it, and now you're ready to deploy it, right? To deploy it, your application should be packaged into its own Docker container. So this means that we are gonna build a Docker image from our JavaScript Node.js backend application.
क्या लिख रहे हो तुम? आप कैसे बोलता आप नहीं समझोगी. कीबोर्ड हैक हो गया है शायद. कीबोर्ड हैक हो गया लगता है फोन में.
And prepare it to be deployed on some environment. To review this diagram that we saw at the beginning of the tutorial, so we have developed a JavaScript application, we have used the MongoDB Docker container to use it, and now it's time to commit it to the Git, right? So in this case, we're going to simulate these steps on the local environment, but still, I'm going to show you how these steps actually work. So after commit, you have a continuous integration that runs. So the question is, what does actually Jenkins do with this application? When it builds the application, So the JavaScript application using the npm build, etc., it packages it then in a Docker image and then pushes it into a Docker repository. So we're going to actually simulate what Jenkins does with their application and how it actually packages it into a Docker image on the local environment. So I'm going to do all this on my laptop, but it's basically the same thing that Jenkins will do. And then on later step, we can actually push the built image into a Docker repository. In order to build a Docker image from an application, we basically have to copy the contents of that application into the Dockerfile. It could be an artifact that we built. In our case, we just have 3 files, so we're going to copy them
This is
directly in
what
the
we
image
want.
and we're going to configure
Jar
it. And in
or
order to do
bundle.
that, we're going to use a blueprint for building images, which is called a Dockerfile. So let's actually see what is a Dockerfile and how it actually looks like. So as I mentioned, Dockerfile is a blueprint for creating Docker images. A syntax of a Dockerfile is super simple. So the first line of every Dockerfile is from image. So whatever image you are building, you always want to base it on another image. In our case, we have a JavaScript application with Node.js backend, so we are gonna need Node inside of our container so that it can run our Node application.
क्या बोल रहे हो? हिंदी लेक्चर देखा है, गोरे लोग बड़ा फास्ट समझाते हैं. हाँ.
Instead of basing it on a Linux Alpine or some other lower level image, because then we would have to install Node ourselves on it. So we are taking a ready Node image. And in order to see that, let's actually go to Docker Hub and search Node here. And here you see there's a ready Node image that we can base our own image from. So here we have a lot of different texts, so we can actually use one specific one, or we can just go with the latest if we don't specify any tag. So what that actually means, basing our own image on a Node image, is that we are gonna have Node installed inside of our image. So when we start a container and we actually get a terminal of the container, we can see that Node command is available because there's Node installed there. This is what from.
एक सेकंड मैं चार्ट देखता हूँ, अभी मेरे को ये समझ में आ रहा है. इट्स जस्ट द एंड ऑफ दिस, सो आई नीड टू know this and write my final Docker file.
Node actually gives us. So the next one is we can configure environmental variables inside our Dockerfile. Now, as you know, we have already done this using the Docker run commands or the Docker compose. So this will be just an alternative to defining environmental variables in a Docker compose, for example. I would say it's better to define the environmental variables externally in a Docker compose file, because if something changes, you can actually override it. You can change the Docker compose file and override it instead of rebuilding the image. But this is an option. So this env command basically would translate to setting the environmental variables inside of the image environment. The next one is run. So all these capital case words that you see from env and run, they're basically part of a syntax of a Docker file. So using run, basically you can execute any kind of Linux commands. So you see, make direct.
I missed some parts over here.
The next one, you can find environment or Docker image. So when we start a container and we actually get a terminal of the container, we can see that Node command is available because there's Node installed there. This is what from Node actually gives us. So the next one is we can configure environmental variables inside our Dockerfile. Now, as you know, we have already done this using the Docker run commands or the Docker compose. So this will be just an alternative to.
Okay. So from Eclipse, so this we have to search, there's no Java Spring Boot. I searched for the wrong image. It should be Java. And what in Java? Alpine Java, maybe this Java, deprecated use OpenJDK. And then there should be 21 version. 21. There's no 21 number, no? We need 21. So find 21. There's nothing 21. So Java Docker official image. Okay, this is the official image for Java. Then okay, this is the part that we need to use. Okay, so open JDK. Uh, this is what it's saying. Let's search this as it is. अगर ये मिल जाता है तो फिर काम ही खत्म. RS said you have to also search for the company name and then okay, Docker official image and then does it have a 21? Okay, so this part we can copy and then instead of this we can paste this. Okay, Eclipse 21. So it is not like this. So maybe from क्या हुई इसको. Is there a mistake in this part? This we didn't have. So maybe is there a way to end this? Maybe I'm writing it inside the services. Do I need to add a separate file? Do I need a new Docker file for this? Can't I have what's the ideal approach? क्या बोल रहे हो, हिंदी लेक्चर में पढ़ा मैंने अपना कॉलेज का डॉकर पे है एक वीडियो 2 आवर्स का, मे बी आपके काम का हो. नहीं अभी तो आ गया है समझ में. अभी जस्ट आई जस्ट फिनिश द डॉकर फाइल. आई जस्ट वांट टू नो हाउ टू राइट दिस फाइल एंड देन आई एम डन बिकॉज डेटाबेस का डॉकर इज वर्किंग फाइन. जस्ट द प्रोजेक्ट का जार फाइल शुड वर्क एंड देन आई एम डन. Okay, notice there is no Docker file for MySQL because you are using the official MySQL image. The ideal development flow. Okay, so no. Okay, so it says this Docker image should be part of the bigger picture. not here. So this should be here, and one file should be inside the Docker file now. So inside this, mm, new file, I should name it as Dockerfile. Okay, I didn't specify the extension. Rename YML YML. Docker file is the correct name only, no? From base image, which is Java. Now I can paste whatever from the documentation is there. So from the documentation, it is this. I can paste this. Instead of this, it should be 21. Run mkdir opt app Java jar. Is this correct? Yeah, understood. It's saying this from then work dir slash app, then run, then copy. Source is target slash this file. Copy name, copy path. And then destination क्या होता है इसमें? What's the destination? Is app.jar. Okay, and run is not required. We need expose port 8080 from the container. Okay, and Java entry point Java. Okay, what we'll do, docker compose up, क्या था वो, docker compose up. URL shortener unexpected type map string interface this URL shortener db environment 1. What is this problem? Is it because of this? Docker compose up. This is likely wrong. You probably don't want jar.original. You will probably see something like snapshot. Yeah, I have snapshot. Okay, copy relative path. and then instead of this it's saying use this backend or a shortener. So this, okay, runnable jar. App jar, yeah. Okay, let's run. What's now? Minion animation looking cool. Thanks buddy. अपना कॉलेज का मैं देखता हूँ. Guys please do like the stream यार, जिसने भी देख लाइक नहीं किया है please do like the stream. It's almost 2 now. uh, I'm getting this error. This is almost likely caused by mixing two valid YML syntaxes. You can write environment in one of these. I have one file named just Dockerfile in the backend folder at its root. Shri Sai, hello, hello, brother. How are you, man? And another one at the topmost layer for the MySQL. So let me give it this, because why the fuck it's not taking this file? Docker file compose this. Guys, Shri Sai, please like kar dena. I just need one like to end the stream. You give me that like and I'll be asleep. So let's run this now. Okay, it created, and let me see Docker ps. Only one container ID is there. Mm, it did it create a Docker? Uh, what it's saying, recreated. How's lit code going, Shisai? Batao. Attaching URL shortener gracefully stopping. Press Ctrl C again to force. Error response from daemon. Failed to set up container networking. Driver failed programming external connectivity endpoint. Mm, it did not start, I guess. It did not start. This is another good sign you have hit a very common Docker issue. Problem is a version warning. The attribute version is obsolete. There isn't error with the modern Docker Compose v2. You can simply remove this. Your file can start directly from this. Problem 2, port 3307 is already in use. This is the real issue. You already have this container running. And then Docker Compose up. Try to create another MySQL container that also wanted this. Uh, okay. So let me stop this. Docker stop this. Copy, paste. No, bro, graphs are getting too hard. There's some question. Bro, you are saying this, though I don't believe, brother. So let me clear this now. Docker compose up. It started now. Hey, yaar, there's already an application running. So let's see if I able to hit plugin connections. We don't have a network yet. So if I go and hit this URL, what will happen? Nothing, because there's nothing running right now. What's the issue now? MySQL init process done, ready, temporary server stop. MySQL init process done, ready to start. X plugin ready for connection, bind address. Mm, maybe I think Docker Compose, it did it add? Let's see if it added one more. IndieDev is there, URL shortener database is there. Okay, URL shortener. URL shortener has what? URL shortener DB, but backend application is still not there, so it did not work, I guess. Uh, नो ब्रो, ग्राफ्स आर गेटिंग टू हार्ड. वही लड़का जो बोलता है कुछ नहीं पढ़ता फिर भी टॉप. कितना टाइम हो गया ग्राफ में? 1.5 मंथ्स, कुछ तो बात है. हाँ, मैंने भी ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 मंथ दे दिया यार ग्राफ में. ग्राफ इज थोड़ा बहुत डिफिकल्ट, बट पैटर्न वाइज कर रहा हूँ मैं, तो मेरे को इतना मुश्किल नहीं जा रहा. आई एम जस्ट फॉलोइंग द सेम पैटर्न अगेन एंड अगेन. So maybe, but you are on the next level, bro. So maybe you are hitting that boundary, that क्या बोलते हैं उसको, ceiling that I haven't yet started. Uh, I don't see container being created for the backend app. रिकर्जन में भी यही होता है क्या? आपने बताया था ब्रेकअप हो गया था उसी के वजह से. हाँ क्या? नहीं यार, guys, please do like the streamer. I really need only one like, which is the 50th like, and I'm done for the day, done for the night. So whoever haven't liked the stream, please do kindly like the stream. This is a really nice stream today because we came along like end to end uh, of the Docker, and this is the last piece of the puzzle which is left, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm doing wrong. So kindly like the stream. Recursion easy when you a lot of uh, dry run a lot. If you leave that, you will be back. Yeah, true, 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 true. मेरे को भी करना है रिकर्जन ठीक से. Hmm, because current Docker Compose YML only defines one service. Okay, okay, okay. I haven't mentioned the service now, so I need to mention other services. So okay, okay, understood. So in these services, I have to, because see, you guys understand the mistake. यहाँ पे in this under the Docker URL shortener, there is only one service which is running, which is wrong, and hence our Postman is not able to hit the Docker because container is not running. There is no container, so we need to add that under the services. How to add under the services is like build backend and build backend and build path is like slash backend. Path is slash backend. Yeah, dot slash backend, and not like this. It says context. Then ports, the local host का port, it's an array. Local host का port is 8080, and then इसका port Docker का container का port is also 8080. And then what else we need? Depends on service name, URL shortener DB. Okay, I guess this is it. Okay, so uh, how to stop this? How to kill this? New terminal. uh, Docker compose down will shut down all the things. URL shortener services backend must be a string. It's a string, brother. Validating URL shortener Docker compose YML services backend build must be a string. Warning, version is obsolete, it will be ignored. Okay, let's remove this now then. I don't want any warning. Service backend depends on undefined service URL shortener invalid compose project. Depends on uh, depends on what to give this. गाइस यार 15th लाइक कर दो यार, कोई लाइक ही नहीं कर रहा, क्या हो गया है सब. uh, I'll note this point. If you good at recursion, then you also good in trees, graphs, dynamic programming. अरे श्री साई भाई का बोल रहा हूँ कितना टाइम. हाँ, उसने 1.5 महीने बोला, उस पर मैंने कंटिन्यू किया था. कोई रफ टाइमलाइन उस हिसाब से देखूंगा मैं रिकर्जन को, स्टार्टिंग सून, दैट्स वाई. It depends on you, brother. If you are consistent max in a week or it will take a month. Yeah, yeah, true. Means हर एक पॉइंट प्रॉब्लम पे राइट ड्राई रन हर तरीके से एक्सकेलिट्रो etc. Yes, take a pen and paper and do everything step by step. Yeah, pen and paper is always a good approach. I can see now the names of people who have liked the stream. हार्डकोर एडवाइस, यस पेन, मैं बोलता हूँ कब से, मैंने नहीं बोला पेन एंड पेपर से करो भाई. यू आर ए शॉर्टनर डीबी. मेरा लुट ले गया. Okay, now let's do up. It's a URL shortener. Okay, it's running. Is it running? Mm, URL shortener DB is running. Fail to solve, fail to read Docker file, open Dockerfile, no such file or directory. Local load local bake definitions, reading from std in. Fail to read Docker file. Fail to read Docker file. यहाँ पे I guess the name should be Docker file. This area different from is in the project root. Your Docker file is inside. That means compose file is probably using something like uh, backend build dot. So URL shortener Docker file, but your Docker file is should D be capital over here? Uh, कल ही स्टेशनरी शॉप जाता हूँ. Currently what you learning? String शुरू होने वाला है बस. Good, keep going brother. Yes, hell yes, yeah. Hey Shri Sai, come on bro, like the stream yaar. I don't see your name in the list. Do like the stream brother. uh, तुम्हारा प्रोफाइल देखेगा एक बार. Let me see your profile, not here. Your profile is here. एक बार देख लेते हैं कि where are you right now. 327 path with maximum probability, network delay time. List, array list for creating this, timestamp uv and wt is the third element. Okay, array list distinct max value priority queue. Acha, you are a priority queue guy. You are using bfs while is empty. If distance greater than this, continue, and then this distance plus wt. Okay, pq offer next. There is one more loop answer match. Okay, nice. Oh shit, man. uh, मन की बात, मन की बात करते करते प्यार व्यार करते करते तुम पे मरते मरते दिल दे दिया, हाँ दिल दे दिया, हाँ हाँ हाँ। डॉक्टर कंपोज वायमन। प्यार व्यार करते करते तुम पे मरते मरते दिल दे दिया, हाँ दिल दे दिया, हाँ हाँ हाँ। ls hyphen l backend. Okay, it should present in there. Total zero. Okay, there's the path is in the wrong file. एक बार हिट हो जाए बस, मैं चला सोने फिर। Shesai bhai, there is a Dijkstra algorithm. Okay, that's a Dijkstra. Oh, it's a similar to the BFS, you know. जो मेरा मैंने तुम्हारा कोड देखा, it looks similar to BFS, but yeah. Okay, so the backend slash क्या है, URL shortener, backend slash URL shortener. Okay, and this file, Docker file is presented URL shortener. Yeah, now it will work. Clear Docker compose up. Yeah, yes, ये हुई बात. Extracting it, downloading the image, exporting image, created. Application is running inside the Docker now. See the magic. See URL shortener DB. Hey, but it did not start. Backend did not start. Mm, backend is not running. Backend is not running. Uh, Let me give the context. It worked, but backend container did not start. Uh, but DB did. Yeah, yes. यहाँ पे create हो गया. I should delete these two instances, URL shortener DB and this, because these are not required. Okay. इतने दिन से ये दिमाग खाली पड़ा हुआ था डॉकर के लिए, मतलब ये सब यूज कर रहे थे, बट हाउ एग्जैक्टली इट वाज वर्किंग, इट वाज अ मिस्ट्री. बट नाउ या, run these commands. This is show whether backend container is running. Then run docker compose logs, or if the container exited. One thing I already suspect, your docker file contains this. This file must already exist before docker builds the image. View in docker. How to end this? Enable watch. Okay, it's taking me over here. So let me get the new terminal, delete this, and do this docker compose build. Yeah, it did not start. Let me get this. सुनता हूँ बहुत सी एस सी एस. What's your LC profile and what's the CSCS? सुनता हूँ बहुत ये CSCS. Trying to do CSCS in C++. Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy. वो कहाँ कहाँ से क्या क्या कर रहा है भाई. He showed CSCS to me. The backend image was built so the Docker did create. The reason it's starting that it crashed immediately after the start of the clue is in the stack trace. That MySQL connection failure, not Docker build failure, most likely caused your Spring Boot application probably still configured like this. Uh, that worked when Spring Boot was running on your Mac. Okay, हाँ ये मैंने तभी उसको पूछा था कि it should change this URL. तब भाई ने कुछ नहीं बोला था. Now I have to like change this. So let's copy this down. URL shortener db 3306 this. Okay, and let me end this, create a new terminal and do docker compose up. Communication link failure. The last package sent successfully to the server. Driver did not receive any package from the server. Communication link failure. Creating with the entity manager because it did not let you write. Oh, okay. Because I understood. So see, Docker. Yes, I'll fix this issue. I understood. So see, in this one, copy Docker execute in the integrated terminal bin slash bash Docker execute exccit bin slash bash सही तो है. uh, Two arguments. First is id. Okay, and now mysql hyphen u, username is root hyphen p, password is this. Okay, and now show databases because there is no database available. Oh, there is a URL shortener DB already present. So why the fuck? Uh, so use this and show tables. There are there is this database present URL DB. Am I using the same? Do I have to rebuild? I'm not sure about this now. Communication failure. क्या है ये? 15 likes done. Now you can sleep. We haven't. You gave the links of DC or the platform in YouTube's about section. मैं करता हूँ ऐड. मेरे को बहुत सारी चीज़ें चेंज करनी थी. सो टुमारो ऑन संडे आई डू द रिवैम्प. बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐड करनी है, बिकॉज रिसेंटली since the time when I got 1,000 subs, I really didn't get the time about fixing the channel issues and all. I'll do that. Thanks for letting me know, Atharva. I'll update. You can go and sleep, Atharva. Yeah? Don't stay awake till this late. मुझे ही बुरा लग रहा है अभी. सो जाओ अथर्वा. Go and sleep now. मैं इतना जल्दी finish करके I'll sleep. Please paste the following application properties. एप्लीकेशन प्रॉपर्टीज तो दिया मैं तेरे को, तो क्या करेगा रे तू? Oh, communication link failure. Oh, okay. Do I have to start this container as well? This Redis URL shortener container. Redis. No, communication link failure is still there. आज का तो स्ट्रीम हुआ, दैट वाज औकात के बाहर. आएगा आएगा, सब कुछ तुम्हारे भी औकात में आएगा भाई. तुम कर रहे हो, तुम बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हो ब्रो. You are not very far from all this stuff. You will reach here apparently. Communication link failure still unable to contain connection from database, which still points to MySQL. So let's verify one thing. Uh, I want to run this command. If the container name is different, get it using this. Then inside the container run ping URL shortener, ping if available. Okay. Will it rebuild if I update this to something like this? Docker compose down. Was observing आज का तो स्ट्रीम हुआ, दैट वाज औकात के बाहर. was observing what you do with AI when creating projects chatbots. हाँ, I'll be back with that. मैं आता हूँ उसके को भी लेके कल. I need to run my loops so that all the tasks should run in the background without my help. यार ये क्या है कम्युनिकेशन लिंक फेलेबल? Hikari pull connection refused. It's a database issue something. It's something database issue. Hmm. Java connection exception, connection refused, Docker networking is working, otherwise you would usually see unknown host, nothing is accepting connections. Subscriber alert. Yeah, you are very keen about all those things, Atharva. The most likely reason depends on does not wait for MySQL to be ready. It only starts the MySQL container before the backend. Your timeline is probably MySQL starts. If you get MySQL prompt, then MySQL itself is healthy. Also check network. Let let me give all those information to this network. It is working. ये तो मैंने ट्राई किया था. मैं तो लुट ले गया. Run the network. Let's run the network. अच्छा नेटवर्क ही बंद है. अब तो आदत है ऐसे जीने में. अब तो आदत सी है मुझको ऐसे जीने में. क्या हुआ इसको. It got stuck. Getnet host. So getnet host URL shortener db. Host is this. Docker DNS, your backend container can find MySQL container, so we ruled out wrong host name. The important line is connection refused. This means, but nothing was listening on port 3306 at the moment. It tried to connect. That leaves us two likely causes. Isn't fully ready yet. Most likely MySQL failed to initialize and never started listening. Next step is hmm, यार MySQL 3307 पे है क्या. इट्स ऑन 3306. कल लीड कोड होगा या प्रोजेक्ट. कल करते हैं प्रोजेक्ट ही करेंगे यार कल. लीड कोड करना है मेरे को लेकिन आई यू नो आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ creating one schedule. अथर्व, what do you think? कि मंडे ट्यूसडे लीड कोड, Monday, Tuesday, Friday lead code, and the first half of the week could be lead code, second half of the week could be the project. What do you say, bro? So that you can follow the schedule of lead code. Backend वन ये कब create हुआ? सही रहता है, मैं भी सोच रहा था। बताओ कौन कौन से डेज पे क्या करना सही रहेगा? मंडे ट्यूसडे वेनेसडे लीड कोड, और थर्सडे फ्राइडे सैटरडे सिस्टम डिज़ाइन या प्रोजेक्ट. ओके, नॉट ओके. Everything is working, bro. Why it's still failing? One of I strongly recommend please paste the entire Docker compose YML. At this point, I want to proper health check. Okay, this is something health check that I'm not sure of. Exit Docker compose up. सही रहता है, मैं भी सोच रहा था मंडे, मे बी मंडे ट्यूसडे प्रोजेक्ट, फ्राइडे संडे लीड कोड. ओके, दैट कैन आल्सो बी डन. Problem is Thursday Friday I have to go to office, so I won't be able to practice beforehand for the lead code में थोड़ा सा पढ़ना पड़ता है. The last packet sent successfully, communication link failure, the last packet sent successfully to the server, the driver has not received any packets from the server. ठीक है, मैं करता हूँ इसको अथर्व. Thanks for this, and I think I should end the stream now because it's no point in continuing. मैं off stream इसको fix करके I'll come in the tomorrow's इसमें. Okay, so thank you all for joining, and I'm thinking of to starting the streams early as possible. So thank you all for tuning in. Take care. Good night. Bye bye. And good night, Atharva. तुमने एक दो inputs दिए. I'll work on those points as well. जहाँ जहाँ links नहीं है, मैं I'll add those, and I fix the channel graph. And one more thing, अथर्व, मैं ये भी सोच रहा था कि मेरे चैनल, ये अपने ये वाले चैनल पे वीडियो scattered वे में है. तो I was thinking of bringing each and every video under the same uh, same day line, like day 1, day 2, day 3 to now day 71, there wouldn't be any new day 1 or in between, like I did for rate limiter, something like that. What do you think if you are still there? कि सब कुछ डे 1 से लेके डे n तक यही होगा, बीच में कोई नया प्रोजेक्ट अब्रप्टली नहीं चालू होगा, एवरीथिंग वुड बी अंडर द सेम हुड? हो सकता है, यू आर ऑल्सो नॉट श्योर. प्लेलिस्ट भी बना सकते हैं अलग अलग के प्रोजेक्ट से. प्लेलिस्ट तो बना हुआ ही है, बस मैं अभी डे अलग अलग नहीं बनाने की सोच रहा हूँ, एक ही पैटर्न रखूंगा. आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ कीपिंग ओनली वन पैटर्न of title, one pattern of thumbnail, and the day number will increase. Under the hood it will have some days lead code, some days uh, these system design questions. Day sequence fix के बाद. Okay, yeah, I'll do that then. करते हैं हम प्रबंध उसका दिमाग लगा के. चलो, चलेगा. थैंक यू ऑल. बहुत लेट हो गया यार, आज 3 बज चुके हैं, इतना देर नहीं करना चाहिए था स्ट्रीम. चलो बाय बाय अथर्व, गुड नाइट. गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट. बहुत टाइम खा लिया मैंने तुम्हारा भी. बाय बाय गाइज. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया प्लीज लाइक द स्ट्रीम, एंड थैंक यू ऑल फॉर ज्वाइनिंग इट. टेक केयर, बाय.